Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Hey!
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
From novice to official.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the BCSN Game Time Show live from the Sheraton Hotel, downtown Birmingham, Alabama. We are ready. The football season is here. It's the 2024 SWAC Football Media Day. As you see, sitting at the table, we've got the crew in the building. We're getting ready to give you all of the coverage, the best coverage, the most comprehensive coverage, and the coverage that's been doing it for a little bit longer than most folks have been in the game. Let's start off with folks down on the far left of your screen, Mr. Kevin Rozier from the ONG Strike Zone. Kevin, how you doing today?
Doing well. Hello, everybody. Looking forward, man. This is an exciting time. You know, it's football season now. So I'm glad to be here with this distinguished panel of excellent commentary and hope to contribute.
All right. Next, Mr. Carlos Brown of the Carlos Brown Show. Jaguars in the building.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to get to see my colleagues. I hadn't seen them in a couple of years, and the brotherhood, I love it. From Brian, Dr. Paville, A.D. Drew, Jamie Walker, so Kelvin, I'm really appreciative, and I just can't wait the conversation to continue and start with this 2024 SWAC Football Media Day.
All right, and next, representing the BCSN Sports Wrap as well as Florida A&M University, another rattler in the house, Mr. A.D. Drew.
You know, fellas, as some of us wish that we could unplug the month of July and plug it back in and let the month reset, there's a realization, especially for people in education, that come SWAC Media Day, your summer is about over.
Yeah.
So it's time to get ready for some football and kiss the beach goodbye.
Okay, yeah, I don't understand that, but I'm gonna let that go. So next in the building, we're gonna because he's on the Shield, so we got to get him in here because he is also an Aggie, and that we won't get into that discussion this morning. Mr. Jamie Walker, what's going on, Jamie?
Listen, AD, I'm trying to wake up from that depression he just put over me and a few of us here on the panel, but glad I'm just here for SWAC Media Day. Listen, this is an awesome time. This is kind of, commemorating everything Black college football. I'm just happy to be here today. Thanks for having me.
All right. And last but certainly not least, we have him, the man, the myth, the legend, the dean of HBCU sports. It's Mr. Kenyatta Cavill. Doc, how you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling well. It's really good to be here. As the panel said, I echo all that. As AD got into the education part, I can somewhat relate, but I'm in higher education, so our flagship schedule is slightly different because I don't plan to put my feet outside of the water in the sand as I get down there Wednesday, so I'm gonna do a little more work. So I'm like Jamie, I don't know about all this, but I'm gonna keep it going. And I thought Rozier was a little polite there in terms of calling these esteemed colleagues. Man, I believe that alone.
In other words, it's time for the trash talking to get going. But before we get started and before I introduce our last member of our panel team, we want to let you know that there are going to be some more folks who are
High-ticket e-commerce misschien nog wel interessanter dan het traditionele dropshippingmodel. Waarom is dat zo? Dat ga ik je nu uitleggen. Waarom is dat zo? Nou, dit is een vorm van e-commerce die nog weinig mensen doen. Stel je even voor dat je terug kon gaan naar de tijd van 2017. De tijd waarin dropshipping nog onontdekt was, weinig mensen het deden en waarbij je een van de weinigen was die een bepaald product verkocht in de markt. Nou, dit is een vergelijkbare periode met een manier van e-commerce die nog weinig mensen doen. Met snelle levertijden, Nederlandse leveranciers en hoge marges tot wel duizenden euro's per product dat je verkoopt. En je hoeft ook nog eens niet duizenden euro's per dag te investeren in Facebook of Instagram advertenties. Nou, als je nou wil weten hoe deze unieke vorm van e-commerce werkt, klik dan even op de link onder deze video en dan leg ik je van A tot Z uit hoe je kunt profiteren van deze onontdekte manier van e-commerce in 2024.
Keyword today, so everybody take a drink every time you hear that word. Water, apple juice, cranberry juice. Anyway, it's good to be here. Good to be here in Birmingham, Alabama. Gentlemen, you know, I start your engines. It's football season. It's talking season, as we are in the football media days. And one of the first things that I was looking at here, looking at our head coaches that are here today, we've got 6 first-time head coaches here in the SWAC with their SWAC institution. 3 coaches are making their second appearance here at SWAC Media Day, and 2 coaches are here in their 3rd year. What that means, gentlemen, is 11 coaches are here post-pandemic. We only have 1 coach who is pre-pandemic, sort of the OG of the coaching fraternity here in the SWAC. That's Coach Doc. I'll start with you. When you look at and think about just the half the coaches being in their first year, so many new coaches still trying to figure themselves and their programs out and get it to where they want to go. What's your just general thoughts on this coaching fraternity going into this season?
Yeah, I had 3 components that told me that this season is going to be wide open. And I was trying to figure out how I was going to come into this media day and speak on it, and that's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The news throughout the SWAC. You know, as somebody that's covered this league for 20 years among the other ones, I've never seen anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as a historian, I've tried to pull back the cover to see if we've seen anything like that. And I can't think of a time where we've had that much influx in terms of new coaches, particular relative to the conference. Usually you have at least 2 or 3
Mm-hmm.
coaches that have kind of carried the weight over the years. But to come in like this, it's going to be fascinating to see who can get everybody to play to the standard that they want as quickly as possible. You'll see a lot of late pushes that I think you'll see that the changes that we've seen in the old SWAC, I kind of say pre-expansion and fast expansion and post-expansion. We haven't seen it there either. So I'm fascinating because of the interest goes up when you have those variabilities of trying to figure out what's going to take place.
Carlos, let me come to you because you also have covered the SWAC for many years. What's your general thought and take here, and as at Southern University being one of those institutions going into this season with a first-year head coach in the program?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And the person you're talking about is Coach Graves. Here is a guy that has paid the dues, gone through the process as we talk about. Although he's going to be a first-time head coach, he has plenty experience. So I also look at, you got the X and O factor, being a CEO managing a program, but factor in the expectations. That's going to be how a coach and the staff deal with that. You have your goals, you have your benchmarks, you got to deal with the expectations. Now, that per se doesn't relate to wins and losses per se, but on the field, you got to come in and get things done. But I'll also add this: the sports culture, the expectations. It's win now. You don't have that honeymoon period like 8-9 years ago where you get 4 or 5 years to get it done.
Whole class.
Now you look at half of that time. If it's 2 years, and I've seen this personally happen, if it's not going in the right way, then you're going to be let go. So it's high pressure, it's expectations, and I guess Dr. Cavill could make a mathematical equation out of it to figure out how that's going to happen.
Real quick, Coach Graves, go Bob.
AD, Drew, let me come to you. Talk a little bit about the expectations and especially the expectations of the OG of the coaching fraternity group, Coach Connell Maynard.
Well, listen to these two gentlemen trying to formulate my thoughts. It's kind of interesting. As we walk through this SWAC Media Day, you literally have a hello. My name is tag on your shirt to know who some of these coaches are. And in addition, not only with the coaches, but with the players here at SWAC Media Day, you got to have a hello, my name is. And is that part of the changing landscape of what college football is, especially in the Southwestern Athletic Conference? And you talk about expectations, Carlos. Is there because of the program that they inherited, they coach TC Taylor, and you talk about win now, those fan bases who are used to winning, what are they going to expect if those programs do not turn around? I mean, 50% of your 12 coaches that are currently in this conference are on their first coaching job.
That's an interesting point right there.
Is this the new college football that we're looking at?
Jamie, come to you. What are your thoughts on the coaching fraternity in this group of coaches?
Well, quite honestly, AD, I think hinted on a bunch of stuff that's going on. I think this is college football in general, and we're just touching the surface of what college football is turning into in the expectations of fan bases where you can go get players and literally turn your rosters around. Those that specialize in bringing people in will do the most. And so I think when you're talking about just what these coaches are able to do, those that have navigated this new system will be more successful than others.
Let me come down here to Kelvin. Kelvin, the defending champs in the SWAC, Florida A&M University, coming in with a new coach. What the expectations are going to be high, as AD pointed out. What are your thoughts on the first year role that Coach Cozy is walking into?
So FAMU's situation is a little bit different from the rest of the new coaches in that he was on staff already. So he's familiar with the personnel as well as he, a lot of the coaches that were part of Willie's staff. He's part of that coaching tree.
Mm-hmm.
So the expectations, the standards at FAMU is not new to him. And he's got a nice core of players returning still to help that transition. So I don't see that being much of a stickler. We've talked with Coach a lot of times since he's had the job, and he's kind of matter of fact by the business, putting in the work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have not really celebrated last year's championship for many reasons. And I think that it really has worked to our advantage because everybody's been focused on this year. Mm-hmm. Nobody's talking about last year.
No, they're not.
Literally, we've talked to several coaches, the coordinators, the players. Everybody's talking about this year running it back. So I like our focus. I like our talent level. And I'm really looking forward to see the product that we put on the field this year. So I think Coach Cozy's situation is a little bit different from some of the other coaches, new coaches in the league.
Right. Well, hey, anybody and everybody who's watching us right now, if you're watching us on YouTube, or you might be watching us on the Black College Sports Network, and especially if you're on YouTube, go ahead and make sure to share the stream, hit the thumbs up. And if you're watching us on Facebook as well, hit the like button. Go ahead and share this broadcast feed. We will be live all morning into the afternoon as here and myself will be talking to players, coaches, and other individuals, maybe some other media folks, maybe some other special guest. And so with that said, I'll turn it over to Roy Evans and let Roy kind of tell you a little bit about what's to come.
All right. Well, we're going to take our first break, folks, but we'll be talking to Mr. Ray Higgins, who's the marketing director for Lewis Dawkins and Associates. So stay tuned. We'll be right back right here on the BCSN Game Time Show.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the beat.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Hey! Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
The human voice always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisine.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the BCS and Game Time show live from SWAC Media Day. We're here ready to get started and get going, but what we want to do before we get kicked off is bring in one of our new partners. One of the things that you guys have heard me speak about for years is that the HBCUs need to find ways that they can build revenue through the things that they already do. One of those ways was always, in my opinion, is building hotels on our campuses. Now, with that, we have several universities that have hospitality programs and do different things. But what we want to do right now is introduce a group who is not only just thinking about it, they are actually in the process of doing it. Lewis Dawkins and Associates, one of our new partners to help us move this initiative of public-private partnerships with our HBCUs, Mr. Ray Higgins. I don't know. Well, I do know why I was about to say Huggins, but that was somebody else who is the marketing director for Lewis Dawkins Associates. Ray, man, how you feeling today?
Doing good, and it's a pleasure to be here and for us to partner with Black College Sports Network during SWAC Media Day 2024. Lewis Dawkins and Associates has been around since 2021, and our goal is to get into areas that are underdeveloped and underserved. And part of that is hooking up with our HBCU programs and bringing campus housing, hotels, affordable housing, and things like that. We're going to be doing that. We've got we're real close to taking care of one on a school in the East Coast. Can't give any names, can't divulge any information, but it's on the East Coast, and we're going to be doing a very huge project. You're talking about a hotel, multi-level parking garage, and a sports facility as well for the city, that particular city. So we're looking forward to that. We are going to be launching our Hall of Fame initiative, which is getting into the campuses and having something on and near the campus. But also what we're doing is branding it where the hotel and the hotel rooms will have something about the legacy of those HBCUs that we're surrounding. So you're talking about coming to, say, for instance, Grambling and having a Doug Williams suite, a Willis Reed suite, a Shaq Harris suite, that kind of thing, and naming the rooms after those people, and also having them being able to have a situation where you can go into the room and read some information. There'll be pictures, digital pictures rotating throughout the room. There'll be some sort of pad or something like that where you can read more information about that particular person, and we can move it around. We can move it from one room to another room. So we're looking to do that by also making it a traveling museum. So when you come, you can stay at the Doug Williams suite one time, come back, stay in the Shaq Harris suite the next time, or the Buck Buchanan suite, or the Willie Davis suite. So that's the type of things that we're trying to do. And so we're very excited about the opportunity that we've been given and the vision that we're trying to take place.
All right. Well, first off, I would be remiss. I did not do this at the beginning. Mr. Higgins is a Gramblinite, correct? He is. Let's make sure we get him shouted out here
all day.
And of course, is Mr. Dawkins? No, Lewis is the.
Yeah, no, both
are Grambling. Okay, Jeffrey Robert Lewis. All right, there you go. I know one of them is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. That's Mr. Lewis.
Two of them.
Both of them are.
Both of them are.
We did that. Okay, so that wait, I thought. I think we may have reached our Kappa quota. We got BJ in the group. When they present themselves, that if you are a member of a NIL group who's looking for ways, but the main thing is, and I'm going to hope that I can say this. I know I've been told this before, but both Robert and Jeffrey, they already have a company ready to finance all of these projects. All you will need to do is come up with each group will come up with a certain amount, need a bare minimum of 5 acres of land near or on your campuses, and we can make these things happen. Associates or hotel in the subject line, we'll know who to get you to. We will put you in contact with them.
Same, fake again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
Itchy.
Hello, and thank you. We're here at SWAC Media Day, and I'm here with the first-year head coach of the Alcorn State University Braves, Cedric Thomas. Great to meet with you, Coach. How you doing?
Oh, I'm blessed. This is a great opportunity. Feeling really well.
Okay, how was your trip over from the reservation?
It was awesome. By having Mississippi ties, me and my wife, we come over here to the SWAC basketball tournament a lot, so Birmingham, a familiar area to us.
Okay, so let's get right to it, Coach. This is your first year, but you've been with the program for quite some time. Dr. Tracy Cook, our newly appointed president, has all the faith and confidence that you're going to lead the Braves in the right direction or in a higher heights. What do you think? What are your predictions and thoughts on the upcoming season?
We just want to keep the brand, playing at a high level, and get to that championship, pedigree that the program has had, and get back to those great days of the championship football. I mean, when you're looking at meeting room, you see a lot of championship trophies. You got a lot of hardware in there. So we want to get back to that. This is not an institution where we just want to be satisfied with winning seasons. We want to be satisfied with, SWAC championships and celebration bowls.
Okay, so question, you just mentioned something that's very important to the Braves fan base, getting back to the brand. What is the brand? How's the brand defined? What's Braves football going to be 2024?
For us, it's not limited resources. It's not a limited mindset. It's a brand that's tough, physical. Don't complain, don't make excuses, and just get it done. And so we got to get back to that. It's a lot of bricks and mortars that may be better at a lot of different places, but it's the people inside the bricks and mortars. We know our field is just as long and just as wide, so we just got to go out and we got to work. We got to get back to that mindset that got us to those championship landscape.
All right, so one of the most important and intriguing positions is the quarterback position. We had to transfer from the University of Missouri last year, showed flashes early in the USM game, and then suffered an injury that kind of shifted our dynamics for the rest of the season. What are your thoughts on the quarterback play? How are we improving? How are we getting better? And in the receiver room, how did it expand over this time?
That's a really good question. Coming in with the Coach Gales, the new offensive coordinator, has done a really good job with talent making this spring, just kind of cleaning up some mechanics, but also letting him be him. And then just give him some things schematically that he's really good at, from a system standpoint. Of course, Javion's not back there, and that's always a plus when you can just hand it off. But, we're going to ask him to throw it to Truck Griffin and Tyron Warren and Marion Blakes and those guys, in the wide out course. So we're excited about Tyler. We know he can do it. And, we just want to continue to just develop him and, give him opportunity to lead us. But we also did a really good job of going getting, some guys that can help and compete, and that's what this level and that's what this institution is about. Again, competing at a high level and making sure you got depth.
So speaking of that depth, how did we expand the wide receiver room? Because I know we lost a couple of guys last year that were extremely impactful, especially we saw that against Jackson State, what we were able to do in scoring the ball. And the second part of that question is, I know the defense of the Braves is super strong. And so how would it complement this high-powered offense that we hope to have this year?
Well, the first part is, Tyron Warren, he played a lot last year, as a true freshman, which was really good. Marion Blake's kid from the Delta, he got hurt, in camp last year, but he was really peaking at a high level and had a really, really amazing spring. We got some guys in, Diablo McGee, a junior college transfer that's there this summer, doing a really good job. And then just expanding Truck Griffin role. Truck is a guy that we treat as a wide out. He may be in some rosters as a tight end, but what Gales did with him, it was some times at practice during the spring. Not only did he receive the ball, he threw the football. He also ran the football, and I expect Coach to continue to do that. And then Caleb Allison, he's a transfer from Akron, Mississippi kid from Brandon High School, had an amazing spring, and he's in that Truck, type body build and plan on doing the same thing with him. And so those guys offensively at the wide out core, we got a lot of production that we're losing, but we did a really good job recruiting and getting good guys in to replace them. Now we just got to put them in the best position to be successful and get them the football. And defensively, now I think this will be the first time in a while we get a chance to play complementary football where the defense can, get stops and offense can put the pressure on some guys where it ain't just 21-17, it ain't always, 7-10, and I think that'll help, not only the defense, but offensively, you get Coach Gales with some of these dynamic players now, 2 and 3 opportunities with the football, then it's going to be points on the board. And so that part, along with the special team aspect, we're expecting really, really good things, coming forward for this season.
So that was one of the areas of challenge from last year was the special teams component. And what did we do to address that in terms of the way you built out the roster? And also you mentioned 3 high quality JUCO transfers. So what did we do in that offseason in addressing our recruiting needs?
So the first thing was, we had to take care of what we had in-house. That's the biggest thing. A lot of time ones go out looking for others, but, we got to recruit the guys that we got in, and we got to look at them, evaluate them, and then we got to put them in the best position to be successful. So that was the first thing that I did, was to come in, and a guy like Ant Williams who had a big catch against Southern in the back of the end zone, but you don't see anymore, during the season. So that was, making sure that he was good and finding ways for him to, be in his new offense, go back and evaluate Truck PFF to see where was he most productive at. And then, the guys in house that we really had is develop those, nurture those guys, and then bring the pieces. And what our pieces is, we want to come in is those culture fixtures. We're not bringing guys in to beat us something. We bringing guys in to be a part of something. And Coach did that. We did a really good job recruiting guys that fit what we're doing, offense and defensively. So I thought that was the major part. And then special team wise, we went back to the way it was when we once was here. Every coach would have a component, one special team, and all the assistants would help, because not only you would get interaction with every coach, would get an opportunity to coach not only offense, defense. Now it's defense. Every coach would interact with a student athlete, where sometimes when you just got a coordinator out there, he might not get a chance to interact with any offensive guys, and some defensive coaches might not get a chance, to fellowship or coach offensive guys. So we want to clean that up. So now, Coach Derek Welch will be our special team coordinator. But every coach would have a facet. Coach Roy do kickoff. Coach AR do punt return. And so we want to give those guys opportunity to be able to expound their professional development from a standpoint, but also let the coaches interact with the whole team. So now it's a component of defense. And, our thing is now it won't be a whole lot of fair catching, back there. It's a lot of hidden yardage that I felt like we left, out there, keeping the possession. But also you're talking about an extra 2 or 3 first downs you don't have to get when that ball crosses the 50, just with an 11 or 12 or 15-yard return. And so we're going to be aggressive on it and have special people on it. And we definitely want to use that to our advantage.
Right, and that's the reason why we call it special teams. And I really like what I hear in terms of that commitment to accountability, and leveraging all of your coaching staff, and then the coordinator is simply coordinating something. So as you look at moving forward in the gaps in the Braves roster, but moving forward, and what's your take on how you recruit the high school players versus the junior college versus the portal? Do you go for an adequate balance, or do you have a track that you kind of stay in to ensure that you're always going to have the components needed to ensure that you got the Brave brand is present?
And it's easy for us because when you look back from 12 to this run, we've had really, really good high school kids that was developed through the ranks. And I get the transfer portal, but we still want good high school kids. The caveat for us is we want high school kids that can get in January. We had 9 enrollees as true freshmen last year, and 8 of them started, and 8 of them lettered. So they played. That's because they had 5 months to go through the weight program, learn the system, and then come back in the summer. It was their second go around. So now they physical, their bodies have changed, but mentally they know where to go and what to do. And all those guys, played at a high level. So we want high school kids. Our caveat is they got to get out at mid-year, because if not, then they having to compete with the junior college kids or the transfer portal. You get a high school kid now that comes in summer school in July. We play a game August the 29th. There's no way possible that young man would be ready to play with the program that we have, because we have so much depth. There's so many guys in front of him, and it doesn't mean that he's not good enough. It's just he has to wait his turn. But that same kid gets in January to learn his way through. Not only does it help him toward the academic standpoint of graduating early, now we paying for master's degrees, but it also gives them opportunity to really come in and have a staple in the all-going way.
Well, Coach, I thank you for coming by, being our first interview of the day here at SWAC Media Day 2024. And what I really appreciated about it is the fact that you talked about the Braves brand, where the Braves are going, and how academically we support our students as well, which is super important to all of us in the room. Thank you again, Coach, and I hope you have a great season.
Yes, sir.
Look forward to talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Itchy, squirmy, scratchy, family not getting clean? Get Charmin Ultra Strong. Go get 'em. It just cleans better. With a diamond weave texture, your family can use less while still getting clean. Goodbye, itchy squirm.
Hello, cream bottom.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
Hey, grab me one too.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum designed for the online classroom, Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
This is Dr. Cavilles with the BCSN Game Time. I'm here with the SWAC commissioners, Dr. Charles McCullough, for the SWAC 2024 Kickoff Media Day. Excited to have you. How you doing today?
Doing well. Thank you for having me on your show.
Man, it's good to be here in Birmingham, back in Birmingham. That means things are getting engaged, getting ready, kicking off football, which means you're also going to kick off all SWAC, which is women's soccer as well as volleyball.
That's correct.
What has you excited about this season?
You know, just the newness of the football season, the new coaches, the new student athletes that are coming in. You know, we've had some inter-conference transfers that I think will affect a lot of the teams. And I really do think that the parity that's going to be in the league this year is going to be unparalleled. We kind of say that every year. You know, Florida A&M kind of ran the table last year. The year before that, it was Jackson State. But there are no weeks off in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And I really do think this year, my personal opinion, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think there's going to be a 2-loss team that's going to be able to make it to the championship, you know, because of the parity and the ability for those teams to be able to go into the, you know, the recruiting portal and get what they need. And you also have some teams that have tried the opposite route that's actually going to be really good, and that's building it up from the freshman level. So they took their lumps early, and there's going to be some very good football that's going to be played this year.
Let's rewind a little bit and take it back to last season, but in terms of an overall conference. Obviously, you close out the season, had a chance to talk about that. And when I say season, I'm talking about really the athletic year in terms of the conference. Talk a little bit about how when you met with your presidents, chancellors, and ADs in your closing meetings, you know, what was the message in terms of closing the end of the year? How did it go?
Well, you know, I actually, from a commissioner standpoint, managed the same way that I managed on campus, and that was to have those conversations throughout the course of the year so we can level set and make those adjustments. I think the prevailing message that we had in our summer meetings, outside of the changes that we made, basketball, number of teams to come, the sideline technology that we have, was the stability of the conference in this post-house settlement environment. That's going to be significant. It's not going to trickle down to the FCS level for quite some time, but I don't know if quite some time is 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years. But as a conference, we have to set ourselves up to be able to react and adjust to the post-house settlement. At that autonomy 4 level, they don't know what it's going to be like. So we're all in this thing together trying to figure it out. And my prevailing message with the council as well as the athletics directors is continuing along our strategic plan, making sure that we are financially stable, make sure that we're doing things correctly, and making sure that we are going along on one drumbeat, on one accord, because when these challenges come, there's no challenge that we cannot overcome if we all stick together.
In terms of holistic look with HBCUs, we've heard these reports with the number of presidents that turn over at our HBCUs. Specific to the SWAC, what is the challenge, or is there a challenge from a athletic commissioner perspective when you have these turnovers, and how do you, if it is the case, how do you
Well,
continue that message that you just put out?
Well, in any organization, stability is always the key. So whenever you have change at the highest level, whether that's the presidential level or the athletic director's level, the first thing that we do, we go in and we do our orientation. We want to make sure that they understand what the SWAC is, what we're all about, and we try to do an intensive deep dive to make them most comfortable with where we are and ultimately where we're going. And our strategic plan and our structure allows for all of our membership to be active participants. You know, one of the things that I laugh at quite often that I kind of see on social media is that the commissioner did this and the commissioner did that. Well, the commissioner's role is to carry forward the wishes of the membership. So it starts at the sports level, and then it goes to the ADs, SWAs, and then it goes to the president. So our responsibility is to make sure that they understand that they stay abreast of the issues so they can make relevant decisions with all of the current and up-to-date information.
Speaking of the social media platforms and all the stuff out there, and you hear this more talk at the autonomy level in terms of expansion. And for what I know, the July 1st date for most triggers, most of that has passed. So I think I know the expenses. But just for the social media folks out there in terms of expansion, is there any expansion on the table in terms of Southwest Athletic?
For the Southwestern Athletic Conference, no, we always remain in a position and a posture to, and I said this 5 years ago, we want to be on the front end. We don't want to be reactionary. So we look at the landscape. But the thing that we have said and we've always said, teams that are coming into the Southwestern Athletic Conference has to bring value to the Southwestern Athletic Conference. It can't be just the opposite. We know that our value proposition is extremely high now with the addition of Bethune-Cookman and FAMU. We've exploded. We know that the Southwestern Athletic Conference gets that level of recognition on a national basis. Again, we talked about ESPN. We've talked about HBCU Go, and we announced just earlier that on SWAC Digital Network, every game that's not on ESPN and Go will be on SWAC Digital Network. So you'll be able to see 100% of football. We're in 82 million households on primetime Saturdays, right? That is significant. So our brand, week in, week out, packed stadiums, 7 games that have over 50,000 fans. Those are BCS numbers. So there's a tremendous opportunity. If you host the championship game, you get to keep that revenue. You get a bowl payout. We're distributing dollars now at the highest level that we've ever distributed. So there's a significant opportunity for you to enhance your brand, enhance your enrollment, and enhance your school's brand overall. And the enrollment key is huge, which are numbers that we don't track on our side, but we know that that's what this is all about, the education and the enrollment of our young minds. So there's a lot to offer by joining the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And anybody that comes in, they're going to have to fit within the guidelines of those 12-member institutions and bring something to us versus just being on the receiving end.
Last couple of questions here, and one will get back to the sporting side, but another framework. When you're looking at cities for your championships events, obviously basketball is one of the biggest. Talk to me and our followers in terms of what is the process? You know, people just think you get to go, or some I should say, I shouldn't be for everybody. I think you just decide, hey, I'm going to go here next year. Versus what is the actual process for selecting?
Well, again, it all starts with the membership. So before we make any moves, we have to get with the ADs, the SWAs, and the presidents and see what their thoughts, wishes, and requirements are. And then we, as a conference office, will be tasked to go out and try to implement what they want. So when we talk about basketball, we announced that we're moving basketball to Atlanta, to the Gateway Center. One of the things we wanted to do was infiltrate the SWAC brand in Atlanta. We were there for the Celebration Bowl. We moved baseball. We signed a partnership with the Atlanta Fulton County Recreational Authority for basketball, and we want it to be a bigger event. It's going to be at the Gateway Center. They have 6 hotels there. You'll be able to come in, stay in the hotel, walk to the game. We're going to set up concerts on the outside. We're going to have artists on the inside. We're going to have day parties. We're going to do all of the things that we heard our fans say that they wanted, right? So we had to find a city that supported that. We had to find a venue to support that, and we had to find the funding to support it. So ultimately, it varies championship to championship, but it starts with the membership, their requirements, and then our responsibility is to go out and implement it.
Last one on more of a sporting context, since Shivery's not dead. So let's get back to SWAC as we talk about football, and a lot of those questions will be answered, predicted order, finish, and all those kind of things. But in terms of women's soccer and volleyball, what are you looking in terms of those sports as they seek to elevate their platform in terms of what they do, seeking a SWAC championship at the end of the year?
Well, both soccer and volleyball are two of our most competitive Olympic sports. And we want to continue to support and enhance their opportunities to be able to rise and play at a higher level. I would like to see both of those sports get into the NCAA tournament and win a game or two, right? And it is possible in volleyball. It is possible in soccer. Our responsibility is to make sure that they have the resources in order to do that. So we work with the athletic directors, the SWAs, and the institutions to see what those needs are and to try to adjust and react to those needs. So still a lot of work to be done, but we have centered around and focused in on those sports, and we will continue to do so.
With that being said, this is the Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullum of the Southwestern Athletic Conference here at the SWAC 2024 Kickoff Media Day. Appreciate your time. Hopefully you're going to get some break in there and take a little bit of vacation. It's been a long workful with a lot of benefits, it sounds, in terms of the season, but hopefully you get a break.
No vacation. We're on the grind. There's a lot of work to do. The calendar is short. This kicks off football season, so we're here. So it started.
You working much more like everybody.
We're here.
With that being said, that'll do it for the Black College Sports Network, part of Game Time. You just heard an interview with the Southwestern Athletic Conference Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullum. I am Dr. Khalil, the Dean of HBCU Sports. We'll be right back after this break.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
Some carriers will give you just one measly entertainment subscription. One is no fun. With Verizon, there's up to 7 entertainment subscriptions with your unlimited plan. That's 7 times the... 7 times the... No. 7 times the... Music, gaming, Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and more. That's 7 times the entertainment. Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to
enemies in Rome are dangerous.
Show them you can fight.
Quote, Allstate, are you in good hands?
I'm returning to Clinton Paris, and Tampa's my community. I grew up here, went to school here, and my wife and I make our home here. What makes Tampa special are its people. So when I represent someone injured in my community, it's personal. Call my office and speak to a real lawyer and not some referral service. I will fight the insurance companies to get the settlement that you deserve. At the law office of Clinton Paris, we take the pain out of being hurt.
Choice Hotel.
Back here on the BCSN Game Time show here with Coach Eddie Robinson Jr. of the Alabama State University. Swarm as one.
You got it, man. You got it.
Yeah,
Did your homework?
I graduated from Tuskegee, so I learned all that stuff.
You could come down to Turkey Day.
Man, look, I am gonna say this. Turkey Day just ain't the same as it used to be when I used to go when you was playing, my brother.
Yeah, man.
It's still there, but it's
still
not.
It's a lot of fun when we play Tuskegee though. Like this last year, it's a great atmosphere, and people look forward to that game. That's a regional game, so I love it.
Oh, I love it too. I love it too. Year 3, Coach. Expectations are high.
Yeah.
You've come close these last 2 years. What's it going to take for you to get over the hump this year besides some W's?
Yeah, that's it. I like that. Straight to the point. You sound like my president. So, so I think the biggest thing is we just have to win each day. That's what we preaching to the kids. I think the last 2 years we had to first of all understand that hey, we're trying to compete for SWAC championships every year. We don't want to finish with a winning record. We don't want to get a little bit better. We want to be there at the end, and eventually we got to punch the ticket and win the championship. Like you said, we were there a couple games here or there, a play here or there, and so I'm just emphasizing to the kids, let's just be intentional. Let's win each day. Let's not worry about the big picture. Nobody can win the SWAC championship on game one. You just have to go out there and win Tuesday, win Wednesday, and get ready for Saturday, and then just put your best foot forward.
You can't win it on game one, but you can lose it game. With everybody's talking about Andrew Body's your new quarterback. Will we still see the emphasis on those two things, or will we see some of the Andrew Body skill set potentially be displayed a little bit more this year?
Yeah, well, I think for us it all starts with special teams. I look at it, if you can't kick, you can't win. I got that from Coach Houston Markham. You can't kick, you can't win. So I always have that in the back of my mind. We're gonna practice that more than anybody in the conference. And then defense, if they don't score, you got a chance at the end. And then offense got to carry the weight. We got to be a little bit more productive on offense. We know that. But I think running the football with a strong defense and the great special teams is always going to be a recipe for playing winning football. But we still need to be more explosive on offense. So we're trying to recruit those players. It's not just the Andrew Body or the quarterback position that's going to help us get there. Everybody. So when we have a 10-yard run, you have to turn that into an 80-yard touchdown. So we have to get more explosive guys on the field, and we feel like we've added those type of players. And now we have to go out there and make those big plays. We can't. It's so hard to have a 12-play drive these days, just with mistakes, and the defenses are so good. And now you got sideline technology; they'll figure out the mistake that they just made. So you got to have some guys who can make a play, and so we're looking for guys that fit that mold.
Open up the season this year in Miami, going to the Orange Blossom Classic. First of all, how do you feel about that? Don't know if y'all gonna be on the hot sideline or not. Don't remember that off the top of my head.
Well, I do. We won't. First thing I asked.
Good, you're not on the sun side,
right?
But what's the feeling among the players getting the opportunity to go play down there in Miami, and then among the alums, which you are one of those also?
Yeah, well, I'm a historian, and I'm a HBCU historian, and so we were driving down there to Tallahassee. So I'm reading the biography of Jake Gaither and just the history of the Orange Blossom Classic, and just thinking like, man, it'd be great to play in that game one year. And little did I know my AD was working on the contract. So the very next year, we get to go down there and play North Carolina Central. So it's just we're so happy to be in that game, the Orange Blossom Classic. The committee has just done a great job. We've been down there for a press conference already. They've come up to our spring game to really promote the game. We have around 12 or 13 guys from the South Florida area. We have a big alumni chapter there. So it's an area that we recruit quite a lot. So for us, it's just a great opportunity for us, not just coaches, but for us to bring the whole school and the whole ASU and the HBCU experience down to South Florida. So we're looking forward to it.
All right. You've won 2 in a row over your rival.
Right.
Do we get a three-peat?
Well, we sure hope so. I mean, I tell everybody the Mad City Classic is the biggest game of the year. So,
yes.
We can't play it till the end last Saturday of October. But every time I come to Birmingham, it's the game I always think about. So, and that's what's on my mind. So, we go game to game to game, but the good thing is a bye week before that game. And as soon as we get to it, you get 2 weeks. And it's just a great atmosphere. If you haven't been to the Magic City Classic, you need to come on a Wednesday because they start tailgating and get their spots. So by Friday, you're too late. It's too late. And then Saturday night, you don't leave. You stay till Sunday morning. So it's just a great experience for our kids and for both universities. And Maynard and I are good friends. We played against each other in college, and I wish him well for every day of the year except for
364. 364.
But that last Saturday in October is you can't be friends with anybody wearing maroon. So.
There you go. There you go. Any final comments, Coach? Anything you want to shout out to your fan base, to your players? Anything else you want to shout out?
Yeah, we just lost a great guy in Jacoby Jones, a good friend of mine.
I was with him Tuesday night.
The SIC.
Yes, at the SIC.
And so I tell my kids, you don't know if last night is gonna be our last night. So we appreciate every day and appreciate you guys coming out here from a media standpoint, supporting these student athletes because they really are student athletes. We had a 3.0 overall GPA last year, which was big for us. And our guys graduate. And I think the biggest thing is we're trying to make an impact to have the futures of tomorrow. The future leaders of tomorrow. And a big part of it is to have this type of experience when those young men can come here. I broadcast ESPN and went on to be a head football coach because I came to the SWAC Media Day with Coach Markham and listened to W.C. Gordon and Eddie Robinson and those guys. I didn't know that was in my future, but it was the exposure that SWAC and HBCU football gave me. So I'm always appreciative of it. And we don't know what guy that we're exposing to something who may be the next great guy that's doing something from media or coaching. So we appreciate you guys coming out and covering us.
Eddie Robinson Jr. The producer over here says make sure we mention Buzz Fest before we get out of here.
Yeah, the Buzz Fest is on the 17th. Yes, on August 17th. So we need to make sure that you guys come out. It's a big day for us. It's our last scrimmage. And then after that, we shut it down and we get into full-time game mode. But it was great last year because we had all of the student athletes, not just the football team out there. So the volleyball, track team, everybody got to sign autographs with the schedules and stuff. So just a way to celebrate the student athletes around campus. And we have a lot of our track team had a young man that was in the finals of the 200 meters for the
watch that.
Yes. And so it for me, it's so great to see those kids compete. And then I see them competing on the international stage. So we get to celebrate all of our student athletes at the Buzz Fest, not just the football team. And so it'll be a great day. If you're anywhere in the regional area, just come out and check us out. And I'm sure you want to come back. It'll be a great experience.
That'll be Montgomery, Alabama, August 17th. All right, Coach Robinson, thank you once again. Swarm as one, Alabama State University. We'll be right back here on the Black College Sports Network in just a moment.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Watson and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
It's CDW.
This is Dr. Cavill. Game Time, Black College Sports Network. We're here live at the 2024 Football Kickoff Media Day, and I'm with the O&G team, as you would have it, with Kevin and Brian, bringing you the latest and what's going on. We've obviously had some interaction with a couple of coaches come by. Commissioner came by. So before we get into some football talk, what's your general thoughts about what you've seen so far? We'll start with you, Kevin.
One thing that sticks out for me specifically is, and Brian kind of mentioned it off air, is the growth of this event and the teams of people from the schools. You have an actual team of media folks handling the communications and directing everything. Then you look at the coverage, and actually the streaming and the podcast side of it is the biggest presence around here. So to see the growth in the promotion of the media and the communications around these events, that sticks out to me.
I'll double that, because I was telling Kelvin, I'm looking around and I'm seeing schools that have a media team of 3 to 4 individuals. I mean, you've got video, you've got photography. They might even be doing some sort of documentary things.
Yep,
It's fascinating. I mean, I'm going back to the first time I came. Obviously, you've been to a few SWAC media days, but the first time we were here pre-pandemic, we were in a small room, and it was just,
we didn't have access.
No, we didn't have access to people. But and we've seen every year the growth of social media teams within the university, and I guess that's the universities controlling their own content. I mean, look, we do what we do, and we love to be able to bring it to everybody. But there's also something to be said about the universities controlling their own content and pushing out images and stories, sometimes that we don't always get a chance to push out, that they can kind of control that story as well. So it's fascinating. Good job to all the universities that are here that have a team of media people, photography, videographers. Kudos to all of you guys.
With that being said, let me stick with you in regards to who are you most interested in interviewing or hearing an interview from?
Can I be perfectly honest? I
Yes.
don't know.
Okay.
I really think this is a year unlike the previous 4 to 5 years, where I don't feel like we have a big storyline. We don't have returning quarterbacks that are that we can debate as turn. You know, I've seen some published reports of who are the top quarterbacks in the conference, but have any of them proven anything? No, there's not a. With all respect, there's not a quarterback that has proven that, you know, big game, big situation, take their team to a title or the brink of a title. There's nobody there. Then we get into talking about the coaches, as we talked about, 10 coaches in their first time, half of them first year at the program. I don't even know what. So I'm more curious to to talk to media folks, the people who are covering, to hear what they think is the top headline, or to even be able to listen to all the different interviews and kind of pull out some storylines. Because right now going into it, I have no idea. I mean, I could shoot some stuff at the wall and tell you about FAMU, but there's a lot of questions with that a lot of people have. So I'm sort of stuck, Doc, to be perfectly honest with you.
It's very rarely is that the case with people being stuck,
Yes,
but
yes.
it's appropriate at certain times like that. You getting into my second data point, but before I do that, I thought it'd be fair if I ask you the same question. Kevin, what are your thoughts in terms of who has your most interest? Before we go there, as you talk about the quarterbacks and they're supposed to release,
Still waiting on that. I'm looking at the phone, still looking at it.
I think it's out there. I just got to see where we go and get it. So we'll
Mhm.
get that information to the people in terms of what that looks like as soon as we can figure that, narrate that space out. But even Andrew Body in regards to the quarterback, while some people say, hey, big name in terms of when he gets back, regardless of where you think it is wins, but he even has question marks when you think about that. He only played one game last year because of the injury. So, yeah, he switched schools, which is a whole nother question. But still, how is he really come back from injury from last year in terms of that recovery? So there's still question marks, no matter how good you thought he was or wasn't in terms of what he can be. Which leads me again to that question. Who are you most interested in terms of hearing an interview from or interviewing?
So
And it could be a player or commissioner, AD, whatever.
So I have two. Outside of the season itself, the commissioner is the most interesting to me. There's a couple of things that I would like to hear on, and I know there was some discussions earlier, but the expansion deal, you know, Tennessee State's going through a leadership change,
Yes.
and it's just kind of interesting to see going through that transition where their interest lies, since they're in a conference that frankly is like merged right now, and you don't know the stability of it long term. So I would like to hear the commission's response on that, as well as expanding media deals. I know one of the things that I took notice of was that some of the Olympic sports championship game wasn't necessarily readily available nationally on any platform.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And so I really want to hear his response to those two things. Now, in terms of the season, there is one, I think we'll agree when I say it. There's one interesting storyline, and I'm really interested to hear. And that's Coach Maynard, Alabama A&M.
Yeah.
And
We
there's
just saw
many
him.
reasons behind that, right? He has a lot of returning talent.
Yes, he does.
Including two quarterbacks, two running backs. Now, he has two new coordinators, I think, but one in particular, the defensive coordinator, I think, could be a difference maker. So, and then, you know, Coach Maynard has a lot of personality, and then some say there's a lot of heat centered around him. But that Alabama A&M team is a very interesting team going into this season with all the mystery. They're one of two sleepers, I think, sitting out there.
Yeah. Ooh, great sleeper, great pick in terms of what that looks like. To go back a little bit on some of your thoughts, did get a chance to talk with the commissioner, brought up expansion. I didn't specifically talk about a team,
Right.
but watch this. And you talking about social media, you would put it out there since you said transition and president. Well, they do have an interim president.
Right.
Interim President Johnson was at Texas Southern as the dean of the JHJ School of Business during the same time that Dr. Charles McCullum was the VP of Athletics.
Great information.
And then when he went over to become the president of Clark Atlanta University, a former head football coach that was at Texas Southern University as the interim and then full-time for a year, actually left Texas Southern after he finished his football run there and became the head football coach at Clark Atlanta University under President Johnson. So I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Maybe that's reaching a lot, but it put
I love the way how you dot connecting dots. I love it, man. Just draw the string from there to there, Doc. I love it. I love it.
So,
man.
I was not aware of that, Doc. So that's great information.
So since you put it out there, I'm like, hey, some things to think about. With that being said, in all seriousness, let me ask you data point two before we end up going to this break. And you kind of alluded to this. I talked about the first one being the wide openness of the coaches. I think you answered it perfectly in terms of there is a differentiator, and it's a key one. We'll see what it looks like.
Right.
But if you need to pin some points, as we do prognostication, we
Right.
got to put something out there.
Right.
That's a good one to lean on. But my data point too kind of goes back to your point in terms of the openness of what we usually see in this league as a driver versus the quarterback position. In most people's eyes, it's wide open.
Absolutely.
There's some big names, some key transfers in, some key transfers over within the league.
Yep.
But all of them, to some category, have some question marks.
Yes.
Some of them we've seen and heard good things in terms of spring ball.
Yes.
Some of them are coming in, didn't even get spring ball, so they go into summer ball. I'm going to start with you again and switch to you and get your framework of my data point too that makes this season wide open, right? You're still going to have your projected and your vested programs of how you're going to make your argument in terms of your selection, and we'll get a chance to break that down once that is released in terms of order of finish. But at this point, what are your thoughts in terms of what it does with the league with, I'll put it this way, question marks at the QB position for almost every team in the conference?
You have not only question marks in general. I think there's 3 teams with guys who started games at the same team out of the 12.
Yep.
So you have that. But here's something that I think is even more intriguing that adds to that mystery.
Okay.
New coordinators.
Yeah.
Even at Jackson State, they may have returning players, but they got new coordinators, right?
Returning coach, but
Same thing with Alabama State.
Prairie View that was in the championship game.
New coordinators, so you don't know what that impact.
Coordinators at Grambling, previous coaches had success, but new team,
new
Southern,
systems.
Texas Southern, new coach, new coordinator. I thought about it across the wow.
So that also is a factor, which is why I'm a little more comfortable in FAMU's approach, because though they have new coaches, those coaches were on the staff the last couple of years.
That's a good point.
So
That's a fair point.
So our system is not changing, and our methodology and our terminology is not changing.
That's huge.
So that gives us an opportunity to get up and running faster, I think.
Yeah.
But in general, with the quarterback position, we know that if you look at the last 3 years, that has been the case, that the teams with the best quarterbacks should do it for 2 years, and then Musa last year, those are the teams that have been at the top. So whoever figures that out first.
Let's not forget that the worst pandemic that exists in the world today, and has been the worst pandemic for a long time, is hunger. And in fact, you have a doubling of the percentage of those that are going to bed hungry every single night. That means your neighbors in your backyard, and that means your brothers and sisters that you have never even met, that are far away. You can make a change in their lives. Humanity is looking to make a change, looking to be able to meet the need by spending on the meals, inshallah ta'ala. So please do, inshallah ta'ala, continue to support humanity.
Jackson State can win. Honestly, I'm on record thinking that is a winnable ball game. So quarterback comes out, looks good. People are excited. Quarterback comes out, look bad. People are like, "Oh, what's the number 2 guy look like?" I'm
that
serious.
Fast. You're
that
right.
fast. And then also Miles Crawley, Noah Bodden at Grambling and Southern, guys that have been at other institutions, guys that have remember when they came in, they were highly regarded, well thought of. Will we see their talent rise to the expectation that many people have? So while looking at the quarterback situation is all new, just among those top 4 guys, what do they look like in the month of September?
Yes,
is going to be really interesting because, fan bases are fickle, especially at those institutions. And so if they get off to rocky starts, they're already going to be looking around and saying, what's the number 2 guy look like and how soon? And so that's fascinating to me.
Well, that'll do it for this segment. We'll take a quick break, but we're going to have the top Dr. Cavill's top 6 VP / AD of athletics interviewing with Jamie Walker. And if you don't know who that is, that's Dr. Travion Scott of Grambling State University. Yes, he made it into the top 6
Working his
of
way up.
my
Working his way up.
VPs and ADs of the year ranking. He was outside of it, but the work they're doing at Grambling and all seriousness put together, pumped him and jumped him into that top 6. And according to what I hear about him, he got more work to do. So he's trying to rise up that list for real, as you said. Stick with us. Be right back after this break, and you'll hear from Dr. Scott from Grambling State University.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
And welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. I'm Jamie Walker, and I'm along here with Dr. Travion Scott of Grambling State University. How you doing, Dr. Scott?
Hey, man, doing well. It's a great day. Anytime you get to, have your student athletes come out, really communicate the hard work that they've been through since the end of the season, now in the beginning of the semester in January. It's been good, man. And so we're excited about what's to come. As I understand it, we just had an announcement of a preseason player of the year on the offensive side of the ball. So it's a lot of expectations that we're prepared to meet and then surpass. And so, this is an opportunity for us, for our student athletes, for our coaches to be able to communicate that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now talk about Grambling. Well, first let's talk about just this media day in general.
Mm-hmm.
And since you've been at the helm at Grambling State, how has this media day kind of evolved over the years?
Well, it's certainly grown. As an athletic director, we seek to do 3 things: to be student athlete centered, right? To be coaches driven, and to be administratively supported. And I think the SWAC conference has taken that to another level. This has been a great event that has been primarily centered around the student athlete, right? And so, again, as I see the sports information directors, the student athletes, those assistant coaches over in the football space kind of maneuvering around the building, you could tell that this was well planned, well structured, well organized, and the student athletes have benefited from it. The coaches as well. They're very comfortable in the space. The messaging is communicated in an effective manner. And so, again, this is a great event. I'm asking questions on how can we grow it, right? And so, you get those opportunities again, you come in, you try to seize them, and the conference office has done a great opportunity of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now talk about your institution as a whole. What kind of changes will we see in this upcoming year athletically?
Well, hopefully we win.
There it is.
And you know what, I'm gonna take hopefully out of it. We need to win in football. Some people talk about expectations and them being large, but this is Grambling. That's the expectation. So you can't shy away from them. We talk all the time about pressure and about feeling pressure or applying pressure. And, if you go back and you look at the history and the tradition that is Grambling State University, specifically in the athletic space, it revolves around football, right? And so we don't want to be good in football. We don't want to be great in football. We want to be elite in football. And, this is an opportunity for us to be able to take the steps now. We've done some good things in the past, but we've not taken that additional step of where we need to be. And I think, Since Coach Joseph was named in December, he set that expectation. I think the student athletes have bought in, our coaches have bought in, our staff within the administration of the athletic department has bought in, and we've gotten great support from university administration and the president, new president, Dr. Martin LaMille Jr. So, now it's really up, to us, to those 105 guys in that locker room to seize every day, to make every day count, and to come out and play Grambling State University Tiger football.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here on the BCSN Game Time Show, Jamie Walker, joined along with Dr. Travion Scott of Grambling State University. You're talking about those Tigers. Listen, we talked about the transition as far as coaching is concerned from Hugh Jackson up to Mr. Mickey Joseph. Now, why was he the clear-cut choice of getting this position?
Well, sometimes when we talk about, positioning, we talk about fit and feel, right? For me, we can go and we can look at Coach Joseph's resume. Here's the reality of it. He's coached and been successful in high school. He's coached and been successful at the NAI level. He's coached and been successful in the SWAC level with stints at Bama State and Alcorn and Grambling. He's coached at the Group of Five level at Louisiana Tech. He's coached at the Power Five level and won a national championship at LSU. He's coached and been a head coach at the Power Five level at Nebraska. And so when you start talking about those qualifications, having New Orleans ties, understanding the state of Louisiana, it really became quite easy. But here's the reality of it. Again, those are boxes that were checked, right? But we're still talking about requisite fit and feel. I think, Coach Joseph presents an understanding of not just those elements of the job, but also Grambling specifically, right? He understands the geography, he understands the landscape, he understands the culture, right? We have a great relationship. And so, from there, it just became, okay, how do we surround you with complementary pieces that would facilitate that sustainable success? Look, it's one thing to be good one year, right? We don't want a good team. We want a good program, right?
Absolutely.
Again, Eddie Robinson spent 56 years of his life building and molding men, right? And winning championships in the process. So we don't want a one team, right? We want to make this a sustainable model. Well, Coach Joseph shares in that philosophy. And so, from there, it just became, how fast can we get it done? How can we get it done in the best manner possible? Obviously, when you're in a position like this, you want to make sure that you do your homework, right? You check with other influential members of your alumni, of your faculty, of your staff, that you be all inclusive with the process. We did a great job of that. Our past President Emeritus, now UL System CEO, Rick Gallo, was great in aiding in that process and really assisting and leading in that effort to ensure that we touched different stakeholder groups and we had that buy-in from everybody. And so once we got that, Coach Joseph was the clear-cut favorite. He's here. He's doing a great job. We're excited about him, and we're excited about what he's going to do with this program moving forward.
Well, let's talk about his immediate impact. What have you seen so far that he's already touched that you can see the transition going on?
Discipline, right? A willingness to bring about more substance, right? And again, that's not a knock on the past staff. It's just a reality, right? At the end of the day, we're going to be a lunch pail program, right? We have to, present ourselves in a manner that, again, is in alignment with our institution. We're a lunch pail program. We have to grit and grind, right? And sometimes some of those items that are really placed out for optic standpoint aren't what's in our best interest. And so, if you look at his approach, if you look at his demeanor, if you talk to him, you'll understand that, the devil with him is in the details and being great, being 1% greater every day, and understanding that it's substance over flash, right? And so now that we've gotten that back and we can start, we're calling it back to basics and restoring order. And so, now that we've got that, mantra and that attitude moving forward, then we expect, of course, that to carry on over to the field of play with less mistakes, right? With being able to make sound decisions, whether it be at the quarterback position or the defensive position, whether that be at the coaching position from the standpoint of the head coach or coordinator or position group. So everybody's locked in to what the overarching vision and mission is of Coach Mickey Joseph. And again, we're excited about it. I'm ready for Saturday. This is the summer's day. Listen. You're ready to go. And again, he and I were talking, outside moments ago, and I just told him, everything I've asked you to do, you've already exceeded, and I'm not surprised. So what I want you to do moving forward is be the best Mickey Joseph you can be. That's it. And what that looks like in terms of wins and losses, we'll see. But we've got 11 opportunities this year to be able to win all 11. That's our goal. And again, we're not going to shy away from that. So, it's definitely an exciting time. It's an exciting opportunity for us, and we hope to seize it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you for coming on the BCSN Game Time Show. Once again, I'm Jamie Walker alongside Dr. Travion Scott of Grambling State University. And hey, he already says the standard's the standard. So we're going to take a break here from SWAC Media Day.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the play while they riding the bench.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
Get loud for me, hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me, up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
Black College Sports Network with Game Time. 2024 football kickoff football day here in the SWAC in Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm here with Texas Southern University. This is the home team.
Yes, it is.
So we're gonna make this a good one. We got Jacob Williams here. We have Nadine Torrance here, as well as Coach Disman.
Yes, sir.
This first time in this type of environment as the head coach of Texas Southern University, recently named, obviously. What are your thoughts? Just starting things off in terms of the SWAC Football Media Day.
Well, it feels great to be here, first and foremost. Thank God Almighty for giving me this opportunity
Amen.
to do this. And I couldn't do it to the guys to my right, with you and those guys sitting over there. They mean the world to me of bringing something special back to Texas Southern. We're in the fourth largest city in the country. We're in the heart of Houston, and Houston has always loved its sports. Football, basketball has always loved its sports. So I invite everybody in Houston to come out to our games. You're going to see some exciting games. And like I said, we're not with the players. The players are going to be excited, and change is good.
Yeah, I know these young men, and they put in the work. So let me ask you this question in regards to this one. Which one? With that being said, I kind of throw it off. It's live, so we're gonna have to make this work. You see how we're doing? Yeah, we just live. Yeah, we live. As they say, we live. With that, as we were in no particular question, I'm gonna take it back and rewind and ask this part of the question. You alluded to how important it is to have great young men. Why did you decide to bring these two young men?
Well, they exceeded their community service hours. I required 24 community service hours, and they got 60 and 65 community service hours. So you want two gentlemen over there to be your forefront of leaders of the team, and they are that.
No doubt about it. Well, let me get y'all involved in terms of the players. First of all, I have to ask that question. Why is it important to go above and beyond? I mean, I'm sure that's not the only thing that you do. Your workout ethic, I'm sure, is the same in terms of how you play the game. I've seen that. It's certainly up there. But why was it important for you to exceed the bare minimum in terms of the expectation Starting with you, Jay.
Since a young kid, you know, my mom was always on me about doing everything you do
Right.
it, you know, to the greatest, you know, to the greatest of your ability, even if you don't want to do it or if you don't feel like doing it. You know, do it with a smile on your face and do it with the greatest, you know, responsibility and greatest that you can do it. So I just take that and apply that to everything I do in life, you know, whether it's, you know, whether it's off the field, whether it's on the field, I just apply that to every situation in life.
Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's the same as him. Growing up, I was always told anything you do the best you can do it, and do it to your best ability. So everything I do, I try to do the best I can when it comes to work, schoolwork, on the field, in the classroom, with my teammates, do the best I can.
Yeah, I heard they talk about you in terms of the gentle giant, but you don't play like that. Switch mics there. In terms of that, as he doing, yeah. And you talking about yeah, that's what I was saying, gentle giant, but he don't play like that. So talk about where that attitude come from in regards to, you know, off the field is one thing, taking care of your business, but on the field it seems like it's a different interaction in terms of the zest for the way you play for the game.
Oh yeah, when that clock's going and when the whistle's going, all that nice is off. It's done. It's straight business from there. So I like to carry myself very well off the field, on the field, straight dirty business.
You talking about dirty business? You smooth. I heard you smooth at it, but in the game, and I'm saying this in a positive way, you put in that work too.
Yes,
Talk about what's that like in terms of your interaction and the intensity that you play the game.
I just, you know, I get on that field. It's yeah, like you said, it's different ball game. You know, I come in there with head on, steaming, ears steaming. I'm ready to get after it. I'm ready to hit somebody. You know, it's just the way I played the game since I was little, and I love the game so much, so I put everything into it. I put everything every Saturday. I put it every weekend. Every day of practice, I put it all out there, and I give max effort because that's what we're doing. You know, that's what we do in the game of football, and if you love it enough, it'll show.
This is a little tougher question in terms of this, but I think if I know anything about Texas Southern University, you guys and the team, it's probably going to be a motivator. But in regards to what that looks like, I wanted to ask you, the predicted order finish came out. They have you sixth in the West. Talk about, obviously that's on paper. It's preseason for a reason, and there's places that you want to go. But how do you utilize that internalizing, and more importantly, as leaders on the team, how do you work with that in terms of getting your other players to understand what that means in terms of your personal expectations?
I mean, we look at it as being we look at it as being underdogs. You know, we just look at it as being underdogs. And like you said, it's on paper, so we know that's on paper, and we know what actually goes on is on the field, and we go out there every Saturday. So like you said, it's on paper, and we just gonna take that with a grain of salt. You know, use it as a little motivation, and get on.
I'm sure the same is true for you, and I got to get you to your next spot. So with that being said, I'm gonna ask yourself in terms of playing at the highest level. Predicted order of finish, you've seen that a long time ago, but how do you as a coach utilize anything like that? Do you utilize it at all?
I don't, because the paper never won a game. A building never wins game. You know, players win games. And as coaches, we got some good players that can win us a lot of games over there. These two young men right here are great leaders, and they're going to lead us to victory. So you can put anything you want on paper. You don't even have to put us on the paper at all. We don't even want to be on the paper. We don't want to be on no one. Yeah, at the end of the year, is those who stand in and hold the trophy. That's where you. That's how you show a successful season.
First opportunity to hold the trophy up is in the Labor Day Classic. It's down at Prairie View this year. So that's going to be fascinating, one to watch. It's always a great game, entertaining game, a rivalry between two classic institutions. With these young men, they're going to put it on the line. So make sure for those that are in the area, and if you really want to find a good time, fly into Houston, drive down to Prairie View. You can have a great weekend, Labor Day weekend, and see some talent on the football field, particularly with these guys that I know they're going to come in and with the attitude that they want to hold the trophy at the end. That'll do it for us. Got to make sure the coach makes the rounds and get them to the other folks. We can spend much more time, but I'll get a chance to catch up with these young men and Coach Dishman throughout the year. But with that being said, we'll be right back after this great break with BCSN Game Time here in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2024 football SWAC kickoff media day. You heard it just here from Texas Southern University.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Cover's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Cover's voice, Cover's voice, coversvoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
Oh, we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome back. Live coverage here of the SWAC Football Media Day here at the Sheridan in Birmingham, Alabama. Brian Fulford and A.D. Drew, pleased to be joined now by with the executive director of the Orange Blossom Classic, Ms. Kendra Bullock Major. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm well, doing well. This upcoming year, the Orange Blossom Classic, Week 1,
Yes.
Alabama State and North Carolina Central.
That's correct.
And look who is the number one team predicted to finish first. None other than the Alabama State Hornets.
Did y'all have some hand in that voting there?
No, we didn't. We didn't. I think we're just highly favored. I'm just gonna go with that.
That's got to make you feel good. A good decision to have Alabama State coming in.
Now let's see if Central is number one in the MEAC.
I believe they will be.
That will be interesting.
I do believe we'll see that next week at the MEAC Media Day.
Talk a little bit about the all of the moving parts that went into bringing in Alabama State this year and North Carolina Central.
So, having FAMU and Jackson State, it's knowing that there were some scheduling conflicts and different things that transpired where we were not able to get those two teams back. So you look at what would be that thing that could still, give this a buzz, right? So again, knowing where Alabama State finished last year, number 3, knowing that, in the East, knowing that there's such a strong Florida-Alabama connection. Alabama State recruits very heavily in the state of Florida. They have a lot of kids currently on their roster from Florida. And I jokingly tell people, I think that anybody who did not send their kids to FAMU sent them to either Alabama State or Tuskegee from Miami. So, where are people going to be able to travel? Where is there going to be a recruiting opportunity for the teams? And where is it going to feel like there is still that family connection? So it was a no-brainer right there with Alabama State and making that selection. With North Carolina Central, I think we were all a little surprised about what we saw last year with Central and Howard and how that played out. So ultimately what we thought we would see was that North Carolina Central would be in the Celebration Bowl. So we would be getting a Celebration Bowl contender going into week 1 for this season. And so we looked at all of those things and decided that those were the 2 teams that we felt like from a ranking standpoint, from a traveling standpoint, that could really continue to make the Orange Blossom Classic a success.
And having been associated with all 3 of those institutions that you mentioned, obviously FAMU and Tuskegee, because I graduated from both of those, and Alabama State being right down the road, I really do believe you hit that one on the head when you say those are the 3 schools. Because I just think about how many people that I had classmates or friends or just people I knew were from Miami, Fort Lauderdale, etc. From down that
that's right,
from down that direction.
There's definitely a connection. And I told Coach Robinson last night, I said, no pressure. I said, but every team that has played in the Orange Blossom Classic has gone on to represent in the Celebration Bowl. So you're on the clock.
No
pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
You just got voted number 1 preseason.
Right.
You're in the OBC. No additional pressure.
Not at all.
Yeah.
You got great sellers of their program. I mean, great communicators.
Oh,
I had a chance to
absolutely.
watch the press conference. I mean, there is no coach who believes more in his ability, his team, his school than Coach Trey Oliver and Coach Robinson. I mean, look, he's SWAC.
That's right.
I mean, he is Alabama State. So I mean, it's a great sell in terms of the attraction in the South Florida and Florida region for this contest.
Yep, we had so of course one of the questions that I was asked was, how do you replace, everybody loves Willie Simmons, right? It's just, he's an all around great guy, really knows how to connect with people. And then you have Deion Sanders, who does like so much trash talking. So they were like, how do you replace those 2 coaches? And I said, well, we've got Eddie Robinson, who is SWAC himself, and we've got Coach Trey Oliver, who at the end of the Celebration Bowl in 2022 told Colorado State on camera, they should have called me instead of Deion, right? So I said, if we had to figure out a replacement, I said, I don't know who's going to win the game, but I would love to see who's going to win the press conference between those 2.
And you definitely got 2 winners.
Yeah.
Now, the question for you is, you talked about the 2 teams that you targeted to replace Jackson State and Florida A&M in the OBC. But take us behind the scenes. What is it like as you're going through vetting the different universities? Obviously, you've got to look at their schedules to see if they even have availability on week 0 or week 1, or is there a game that could be flipped that you can play in that week down there in Miami? What is that process like as you're going through having the conversations with, because I'm pretty sure there were other universities that were under consideration that you had some preliminary conversations with. Walk us through that.
I call it playing Tetris on the gridiron. You just have to move it around and see. Sometimes you get lucky and they're open, they have an open date, we're good to go. Then sometimes this one has an open date, this one doesn't, but let's see if it's possible that they could move here. Sometimes, as you guys know, these things are scheduled so many years in advance. So you have to look at, if we do have to have anything shifted, what are the contractual obligations with shifting certain things? So it's a lot of moving parts, a lot of behind the scenes things that go into it. The beautiful thing is that we work with institutions that understand if there has to be so many moving parts, they understand that there's value in it. So, as I had mentioned to you guys before, our relationship with ESPN, right? Being able to have this game. I was talking to John Grant last night and we realized that the only 2 games that are on ESPN main network is, of course, the Orange Blossom Classic and then the Celebration Bowl and the MEAC SWAC Challenge that are on ABC. Other than that, every other HBCU game is ESPN2, ESPN Plus, ESPNU. So when you talk to them about, hey, can you move this game? Can you move that game? There's so many other valuable opportunities that come into play outside of what the game guarantee might be, right? So, okay, do I want to move this game and have conversations with another AD if I know that my kids have an opportunity to be on ESPN and be in a competitive matchup? You know, I'm not on the ACC network on a Thursday night, you know, worried about, you know, getting our, you know, butts beat early in the season and then having to build up morale. So those are real conversations that are had when you talk about scheduling, and is it worth, you know, making those moves and trying to figure out how to make it work and bring in these teams. And most, you know, most people get it. They want to do it.
And obviously for you, probably one of your selling points is the value of coming to our classic is worth as much or not more than going, as we like to call them, the paycheck games.
Paycheck games. That's right. That's right. Because we, you know, when you look at, yeah, I'll pay you $700,000-800,000, but now you've got to bring your band, you've got to bring your team, you've got to stay in hotels, you've got to be, you know, in sometimes what are often, you know, expensive areas. So by the time you net that out, you know, you could have stayed home, right? You could have stayed home and played a home game, or you could have come over here to the OBC and realized a much better guarantee. So, and not having to worry about half of those things. So, you know, again, it comes down to having those conversations, looking at the value, looking at not just the monetary value, but looking at overall what works best for the institution. And then, of course, like you said, just the recruiting aspect, recruiting students, you know, not just student athletes, but recruiting students to come into your university. A lot of these schools, Alabama State, I was driving along I-95 in Miami and saw an Alabama State billboard on the side of I-95 in Miami. So they're looking for out-of-state students to come into these institutions. So it benefits not just the athletic department, but it benefits the university as a whole.
One of the things that I think sets your classic apart from many others, and I've heard this from coaches, players from Jackson State and Florida A&M, is that the experience that your classic provides, and combine that with the location, can't beat that.
South Beach.
Yeah, and the accessibility, the easy accessibility for fan bases to get there. I mean, it's not hard to get there. You can always get a good flight, good price. And if you want to drive, obviously coming from North Carolina, just come on down 95.
Just come on down 95.
I mean, coming from Alabama, it's not that hard. So talk a little bit about the experience that your classic provides, because there's, I mean, look, everybody in the SWAC, in my opinion, should be itching to try to get to Florida.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but you know, right now, but everybody should be
to get to Florida in the Orange Blossom Classic.
There you go. So talk a little bit about the game day experience that your classic affords and provides to these programs and the fan base.
So from a program standpoint, you know, I'm a parent of a student athlete. My son is at FAM. So for me, I am going to provide the kids an experience that I want my own child to experience. So that's the first thing. What I always say is a lot of these kids will not have an opportunity to play in an NFL stadium. So to have that experience, we had a kid, I think the second year from FAM, and they just happened to catch him on video. And we had a team dinner. Our team dinner every year, we've been fortunate to have a Hall of Famer or an incoming Hall of Famer. So last year we had, the 2 years before, we had Emmitt Smith, we had Edgerrin James, and then last year we had Devin Hester, because we all knew that Devin was coming with his jacket soon. And so you get to sit in a room with Hall of Famers. You get to play in an NFL stadium. The camera caught one of the kids from FAMU saying, because the restaurant where we had the team dinner was on the water, on the beach. And he said, look at this. He was pointing to the background. He said, I'm from Monticello, Florida. He said, I've never been this close to water. I was done. As far as I was concerned, okay, y'all could just go ahead and play the game. My job is done. So to have those kids experience that, to be able to give them something that they may not otherwise have an opportunity to have, it's invaluable. Now, our coaches do tell us, especially with FAMU and Jackson State, like, listen, we got to handle business. Okay, so we'll let them have that bowl game experience for the first day or two, and then we shut down and we play a game. So we never forget that we do have business to take care of, but we're still able to provide them with an experience. From the fan base, I mean, it's Miami. It's Labor Day. It is from start to finish. It is something to do. Yeah. And to have people who love HBCUs, who love the culture. We've had, our parties. We used to have this thing, you never know who you're going to see at the OBC. So from parties to, our scholarship luncheons, there is something for everybody. If you're into the nightlife, if you're into the more settled, lounge kind of mixer thing, if you're into, like I said, our luncheon last year, we had Lynn Whitfield, who served as our keynote, and we always recognize individuals who have, made contributions to HBCUs. So you're in a room with people that the experience is invaluable. So it's something for everybody.
Well, hopefully, look, as we try to work on trying to get Game Time down to South Florida for that event, I want you to let people know the game again will be on Sunday. Give me
And
the
it's
I
at
know
3
it's week
p.m.
1. I know that's a big weekend.
Yes.
So let people know the date, time, location, how they can purchase tickets, and of course, speaking directly to Alabama State fans, and if you're a North Carolina Central fan, this is the place to be week 1 of the season.
That's right. So September 3rd, Labor Day weekend, Orange Blossom Classic, Hard Rock Stadium, kicking off at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. You can go on to all of our social media at Orange Blossom FC. Follow us, sign up for our mailing list so that you can be the first to get all the information about what's coming up for that weekend, and visit us at orangeblossomplastic.com.
All right. Well, as always, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Pleasure seeing you, and
always.
Good luck to Alabama
Thank
State
you.
and North Carolina Central.
Yes.
Hopefully, the fan bases that you guys get down to South Florida to enjoy one of the premier classics in HBCU football.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll be back in just a moment.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head and Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head and Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Gotta get the corners.
Itchy, squirmy, scratchy, family not getting clean? Get Charmin Ultra Strong. Go get 'em. It just cleans better. With a diamond weave texture, your family can use less while still getting clean.
Goodbye, itchy squirm.
Hello, cream bottom.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
Hey, grab me one too.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
Some carriers will give you just one measly entertainment subscription. One is no fun. With Verizon, there's up to 7 entertainment subscriptions with your unlimited plan. That's 7 times the... 7 times the... No. 7 times the... Music, gaming, Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and more. That's 7 times the entertainment. Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
I'm attorney Clinton Paris, and Tampa's my community. I grew up here, went to school here, and my wife and I make our home here. What makes Tampa special are its people. So when I represent someone injured in my community, it's personal. Call my office and speak to a real lawyer and not some referral service. I will fight the insurance companies to get the settlement that you deserve. At the law office of Clinton Paris, we take the pain out of being hurt.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes! That's how you waffle! Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel. A business big leaguer. Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories, officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show live from SWAC Media Day 2024. I am joined by someone who you guys have been hearing us talk to for years.
Yes, sir.
AD Paul Bryant, now at Alabama A&M University. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
Man, listen, we're just living the life, trying to have fun and continue to push HBCU sports to the forefront.
Right, and you're doing it. You're doing an outstanding job, and I truly appreciate it.
Well, we thank you for that. So let's jump right into it. Talk to us about what's happening with the Bulldogs up there in Huntsville, Alabama.
Well, I'll tell you what, a couple of things that we're doing. We just put up our brand new video board. It's strictly digital, and it's going to be something that we haven't had in the past. And, we're doing everything on the outside of football and leaving everything football up to Connell Maynard. So I know he's the longest standing coach in the league, so we're expecting big things from him this year.
All right. Well, you know what? And I'm going to veer off real quick just because I can take these privileges and, he's my frat brother. Let's talk about your new volleyball coach you just brought in, Brandon Reeves. What you got going on there with my guy?
At my previous institution, I hired Brandon, and the first thing Brandon told me, he said, well, AD, we're going to get you a championship. And I was like, every coach says that. Okay. Brandon brought two in that year, and he won on the women's side and on the men. And Brandon is just an outstanding guy, outstanding coach, and I was just lucky to get him here at Alabama A&M. And so that's the caliber of coach that we're going to continue to get and have so that they can bring the championships that we want.
All right, there it is. So y'all make sure you're on the lookout for the Alabama A&M volleyball team. Head coach Brandon Reeves, member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Let's go ahead and give him that shout out. But we know we're going to get some things. What are some of the incentives, or not incentives? What are some of the major events that folks can look to this fall involving A&M?
I tell you, we start off with the Lewis Cruz Classic, and that classic we're playing Kentucky State. But on the night before that game, we're bringing in Kim, the artist.
Oh man, Kim is dope.
Yes. So we ask that you come out and get your tickets to watch the concert on Friday, and then be a part of the game on Saturday. And it's you're going to have an exciting venue, exciting time, everything tailgating. We're enhancing. So coming up on the hill this school year is going to be exciting.
I said, y'all know I'm gonna allow him calling his school the Hill because it's him. This is not Dr. Bryant, but no, we know he's doing that. Now, what are the dates for that?
September 6th is Kim, and then September 7th is the Lewis Cruz.
So that's
Classic.
the week after the Labor Day.
It is.
Okay, so y'all make sure you get that going. The folks who are in the region, that's the weekend after Labor Day, so you ain't gonna have nothing to do that weekend. Drive on over to Huntsville and check out that concert. If you've never seen Kim perform, he is an amazing performer. His shows are great. You'll do that. And we know that Coach Maynard and the Bulldogs are going to bring some football for you to watch.
Yes, he will. And you know what? That is exciting. But like you said earlier at the start, volleyball, football, cross country, and soccer come out and support. You're going
That's
to
right.
see just our soccer team is going to be one that people just are not prepared for. And I know they're going to be winners as well as our cross country.
Okay. All right, folks. Well, there it is. Listen, we had to, I saw him in the building. We have to make sure every time we have the opportunity to talk to Dr. Brian that we take that opportunity and do it. So, Doc, thanks again.
Man, I appreciate you, man.
And we appreciate you guys. And we're going to have to find out now. Right now, we're scheduled for game time to be at the Magic City Classic.
Okay.
So that is the only A&M game right now that we've seen. So, hey, if you guys are interested in having us come down, you let me know.
I got you.
And we'll make a trip to Huntsville.
We're going to make that happen.
All right. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with more right here on the BCSN Game Time Show live from SWAC Media Day.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and Instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
Get loud for me, hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me, up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the beat.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me, hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me, up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the beat.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes, that's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
Oh, we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisine.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes, that's how you waffle.
A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel.
Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
Itchy, squirmy, scratchy, family not getting clean? Get Charmin Ultra Strong. Go get them. It just cleans better. With a diamond weave texture, your family can use less while still getting clean.
Goodbye, itchy squirm. Hello, cream bottom.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
Hey, grab me one too.
I see
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state.
Welcome back to SWAC Football Media Day, live here at Sheridan in Birmingham, Alabama. Brian Fulford, Stephen Gaither of HBCUGameDay.com, and of course Carlos Brown of the Carlos Brown Show. Steve, what's obviously plenty of conversations that have been had, will be had so far. Whose conversation have you? And I know you got to talk to the commissioner here real quick, but give us a quick snippet of whose conversation you had has been most interesting so far.
I think I enjoyed Donovan Eaglin, the running back at Alabama A&M. We talked about him coming from Michigan State, and being over at Alabama A&M over the last couple of years, what that's been like, and then also we talked a little bit about the college football game. Asked him some questions there. Can't give away all the secret sauce there. You have to watch it on HBCU Game Day, but it was a great conversation with him. So I'm excited. I think this is a year that everybody's just kind of guessing to me, so
that's well said. Let's go ahead and let Steve go, because I know Steve he's a working man, so we appreciate Steve taking a second. He's going to go ahead and talk to the commissioner. Let's bring in Jamie Walker. Jamie Walker's going to come in. All right, thank you, Steve. Oh, yeah, right here in the middle. Here we go. Good. All right. Sorry about that. All right, live TV here. Okay, Jamie Walker jumping in here. Drew, if you could, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, working live. Okay, so what I wanted to talk to you fellas about is obviously the predicted order of finish, and the all SWAC teams have come out. Of course, all this information can be found on SWAC.org. Predicted order of finish in the SWAC East. Should I go 6-1 or 1-6? Does it matter? What do you prefer?
It doesn't matter. It's 6-1.
6-1. Okay, in the East, predicted to finish in 6th, Mississippi Valley State. They did receive a first place vote. They had 31 points. In 5th, Bethune-Cookman with 47 points, no first place votes. In 4th, Alabama A&M with 76 points and 4 first place votes. In 3rd, Jackson State, 87 points, 2 first place votes. In 2nd, Florida A&M, 104 points, 6 first place votes. And first, predicted to finish first in the SWAC East, Alabama State with 114 points, 11 first place votes. Immediate reaction, Carlos, I know you had wrote some notes for yourself, but what are your immediate thoughts?
Well, I can't say I'm shocked, but I am. The conversation already in this room, Alabama State picked to come out of the East. I would have thought it would be FAMU. Of course, they're coming in at 2nd. If I could pick it back over to the West.
Hold on. Don't go to the West yet. We'll go to the West in a second. We'll stick to the East. Stick to the East right now.
The East, I'm just shocked. I would have thought previous years, the defending champion in the division and the division champion, they usually come back and they're picked to win it until otherwise. Mm-hmm. So I guess I'm shocked. I really am. But individual shows will be very interesting and entertaining coming up about the conversation and why FAMU was not picked number 1. And again, I'll say this. It's good for conversation, but where would the battles are going to be on the field?
Mm-hmm.
And then once again, you can compare and contrast. At the end of the season, let's see where the prognosticators, where they pick them, if it ends up that way. And I'll stop right there. I could go on, but no, I'll stop right there.
Jamie, your thoughts on the SWAC East predicted order?
Well, I think it went a long way to maybe establish continuity. Although, if you look at who in the East in particular, Jackson State will probably have maybe a little more continuity than others. Just a little bit. I mean, they changed, offensive coordinators, changed defensive coordinators, but I would say the majority of that brain trust is still there. FAMU has some questions, but I think they bring back a lot. Although I'm curious to see who that signal caller is going to be this year, going into the regular season. I think they got a lot of good quarterbacks, but I want to see who's going to take the reins with that offensive squad, and I think defensively they'll be just fine. So it was a surprise. Alabama State being number one is really interesting. Only because, don't get me wrong, I think they bring in some different folks too. Harry Williams coming in, going to Tuskegee. That was the offensive coordinator. I think that'll change up a few things. Andrew Body coming in, I think leads a lot of people to think they will go into that next ascension. But I'm curious to see how him and Chris Barnett kind of operate going forward with that offense. Defensively, of course, they do what they do. Alabama State's going to play really good defense. So I think right now you could say probably 4 of the teams have a possibility, but there's so much uncertainty that I really don't think you pay, the preseason standings any attention right now, to be quite honest. I think you don't give Willie Simmons enough credit for doing what he did for that offense. But again, there was a lot of infighting when it comes to who you make that hire and run it back. So I'm curious to see if the FAMU Nation really believes in
What's your thoughts on the SWAC East predicted order of finish?
The fact that 5 out of the 6 teams received a first place vote does not shock me. What shocks me is who that 5th team was. Valley getting that vote.
Second year in a row.
Valley getting that vote instead of Bethune getting that vote. And
second year in a row.
I hate to say this about the school on the beach, but don't sleep on Bethune. I think Bethune is going to be a spoiler when it comes to this East race. They may not win it this year, but it will not shock me if they finish higher than this 5th place that they are predicted to finish as of right now. So that's my biggest thing. Everyone is sleeping on the Wildcats. I think the Wildcats will be the wild card when it comes to the East.
I see what you did there. I will say now, supposedly SIDs and coaches don't vote for their own school. Supposedly. I'm just going to say that's what we're told.
We've been talking about this conspiracy for what, 3, 4, 20 years?
It's definitely a conspiracy.
You guys on the chats, I'm checking here on YouTube. Appreciate you guys watching us on YouTube and on Facebook. If you haven't hit the thumbs up or the like button, please do. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts. Let us know, what do you think of the predicted order of finish? Do you agree, disagree? Who would look? Obviously, one question we say, if Alabama State is not your number one team, who is? I am a little, I'll say, shocked that when I looked at the predicted order of finish.
I'm not, Brian.
You're not shocked that?
I like that. I was shocked as well.
I'm not shocked at Alabama State.
Okay.
When you look at
Alabama State is 1, but I will say I'm shocked that A&M got 4 first place votes and Jackson State only got 2. That is shocking. That's where I was going to go and saying what's shocking to me.
Well, let's think about this, Brian. Honestly, the most stable program in the East has to be Alabama A&M, with Coach Connell Maynard being Coach Old School right now as the senior statesman of the program. Coach Maynard has not forgotten how to coach. He's had couple of tough years, the last couple of years post Aquila Glass, but the brother has not forgotten how to coach. And we've all seen what he could do with the quarterback as the former quarterback himself and the former star that he is. He's a quarterback. The last 2 years, he's been a quarterback away from being one of those teams again.
Though?
Thank you, Jamie.
Here's the thing.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, Jamie. Here's the thing. He tried to do what everybody else did 2 years ago and brought in like 82 transfers. It did not work out, and that was and I wonder if that was a cautionary tale for not only him going into the future, but everyone else in the SWAC. Which brings up a point. It's going to be interesting to see what Florida A&M does, bringing in almost 30 FBS transfers this year. Will it be a repeat of Alabama A&M, or did Coach Cozy do a better job in getting players that mesh in and fit into the scheme versus what it looks like Connell Maynard did, was just go out and acquire talent?
Well, see, that's the biggest question that I have. As far as, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Who can take that new talent and make it mesh? Because I think it takes a while, even though we're in that new phase of college football where roster construction is something you have to do. You absolutely have to see who is on your squad and who meshes well. Sometimes I think you can have too much talent. I think continuity, and I always have liked continuity when it comes to teams, but we're just in a new day. If you're not playing right away, hey, you got another option to go somewhere else. So we'll see who can take that talent and actually do it. I think it does go a long way for FAMU to say, all right, we have these pieces, especially when we have the offensive coaching pieces to be able to go. I think one of the factors that comes in is Ryan Smith
Rock
being gone. I wonder what that defense looks like because, the year before, they were calling for Smitty's head. Last year, did well. We'll see where it lies with just the talent, or is it a thing where, they are fine and defense continues to just be able to be dominant.
Okay. I want to make mention of the SWAC West, and obviously we're gonna put a pin in the conversation.
Yeah,
but
I want to be a part of that SWAC West.
But I would just set it up, yes, before we go over to Dr. Cavill, who's there with our esteemed next guest. The predicted order in the SWAC West is as follows. Number 6, Texas Southern with 40 points. In 5th, Arkansas Pine Bluff, 61 points. In 4th, Southern University with 70 points, won first
Carlos,
place.
you all right? You gonna
slide? In 3rd, Grambling State with 72 points, just a smidge over Southern, but 4 first place votes. Number 2, Prairie View A&M, 104 points, 8 first place votes. And our good friend Kelvin Carter he's just ecstatic right now. Number 1, Alcorn State, 112 points.
Perfect bulletin board material. I told you about putting those special votes out there.
So in the West, Alcorn with 11 first place votes. In the East, Alabama State with 11 first place votes. We'll put a pin and come back and talk more about the West Division. But right now, I'm going to throw it over to Dr. Kenyatta Canville. Oh, we're going to stay around then. Okay, so we're going to go to Dr. Kenyatta Canville, who's with our special guest joining us right now.
The executive director of the Celebration Bowl, MEAC SWAC Challenge as well, which is the first thing to kick off. I was going to put you doctor, yet how much work you put up there, Mr. John Grant.
Well, I'm always open for honoraries.
That's smart man. How are you enjoying your time down there? Let's start there.
My hat's off again to the team at the SWAC, Commissioner McClellan, everyone. This is an outstanding media day, and I think it seems to get better every year. And sometimes you want to measure everything in terms of quantity. What's the number of media present? But I think it's the quality of the programming that this year seems to make it a lot better. And I'm just excited. I'm happy to be here.
Happy to be here.
And here with you guys. I mean, look, I am here with BCSN, man. And when you're on that show with these guys, the experts that are talking HBCU football every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you better come with your game ready. But I have my game ready. The champ is here.
Yeah, the champ is here, and the champion will arise, as they say, in the SWAC, and then it will be dictated in terms of an HBCU national champion in most parts.
Correct.
There in the Celebration Bowl. It starts in Atlanta and ends in Atlanta, as you like to say.
All roads lead there.
So let's talk about it starting. First matchup, MEAC SWAC matchup, is a big one this year with Florida A&M University, reigning champions of the SWAC and the Celebration Bowl, earning their national Black College champion. And then Norfolk, many people believe a team on the rise. Dawson Odom's over there. Cozy taking over the lead at FAMU. What are your thoughts in terms of that matchup?
I think it's an outstanding one. We could not have predicted. We put this matchup together back in 2019. And little did we know at the time that Florida A&M would win the 2023 Cricket Celebration Bowl, become national champions.
A classic game.
And that they would be a part of opening this year's season, but also with the coaching changes. No one could have predicted that Willie Simmons would be leaving Florida A&M. You got Coach Cozy. This is his very first game on one of the biggest stages in HBCU. Not only say HBCU, just in college football, period. These two teams are opening up August the 24th, Saturday night college football live on ABC. And so the lights don't get brighter than that. The stage doesn't get bigger than that.
Let's finish up with that and talk a little bit more about those folks that are excited about the football. It kicks things off literally, as we talking about kicking off here now. Talk about how people can get their tickets and things they can be prepared to do. I'll be down there with my team, BCSN. We're going to do a special show. We'll kind of tease that out a little bit, but look for more information to come. We're going to try to partner to make sure that we can bring you what it looks like, the festivities in terms of pre-events, which has never really been done from a streaming platform. So we'll be able to do that this year, and we're looking forward to that. But outside of that, talk about some other entertainment that fans can look forward to in terms of that.
Well, there's a lot happening. Certainly Atlanta itself offers a lot, and we try not to compete with the city because there's so much to do. And then, the beautiful thing about when people come to Atlanta, everyone seems to have family there, or whether they're blood family or just adopted family or friends. The restaurant scene is one of the best in the country. So you just got Atlanta itself. Along with that, though, we know that both alumni associations, as ESPN, we don't try to compete with them. We want to enhance what they're doing. And so we're partnering with the Atlanta HBCU Alumni Alliance with a week-long series of events, partnering with the Atlanta Dream, the Atlanta Braves, parties that both alumni associations are having on Friday and Saturday night. And then, of course, our fan experience on the day of the game is going to be second to none.
Let me let Brian jump in here and ask a question.
Well, I was going to actually see if anybody up here at the table had one. I just wanted to maybe start
I'll let them too.
by just kind of saying or asking the obvious question, obviously, as it relates to the Celebration Bowl and the move. Talk a little bit about what went into the process of moving. We've chatted about it in our own various shows, but we always love hearing from the man who has to make the tough decisions about what went into making the move up a week from its traditional third Saturday in December.
Well, once we were made aware that the expansion was going to happen, and it was clear that it was going to happen, and it was clear because they had already announced just prior to what the dates were going to be with the playoffs. So that was not a secret. It then became a decision on, okay, what would that look like? And so ESPN working with the other bowls, all the games that were on that day were cleared out. And there were 7 games played on the same day that we were. Now, keep in mind, when we started, there were only 3. Now it was up to 7, including a game at 11 a.m. We were at noon, and then you add 2 NFL games in there that were not there in 2015. So that date is a train wreck. And if it's a date that you have the NFL on, there's no way to win. So the decision the direction was, hey, find us some opportunities. And we were fortunate because we were one of the if not the only bowl that ESPN called and said, this is coming down. You want to start looking and give us the best options to make sure we can help protect the enterprise. And we started with that by, first of all, when's the venue available? You know, you can do everything, but if you don't have the venue, so it started with the venue. Then we looked at other options. You know, options came to us where we could go to Friday, but it would be a Friday game at 11 a.m. Well, that's not going to work. Well, you can move to right around Christmas. It will be Christmas Eve, the day after, or something like that. Well, that's not going to work. You look at moving to later, like January 2nd or 3rd. Well, you looked at that. There were a couple of complications there. Number one, venue not available because of the Chick-fil-A Bowl. But added to that, that's too long to keep student athletes away, and it would impact the cost to our institutions. So then we started looking the other way. And the date that became clear to us was the week before. Why? Just like we looked at when we move the MEAC SWAC challenge off of Labor Day weekend into week 0. And we got the same sort of feedback then that, going to week 0, but there was no competition in that. We see what it's done for that game. So moving the cricket
tried to move in that space. So you're leading from in front.
Correct. So now moving the Cricket MEAC SWAC challenge to 1 week earlier puts us in a position where several things are accomplished. Number one, we open bowl season. That's important for this game. It's important for the enterprise. You don't want to be down in the mix. Number two, there's no competition. Right now, the only game on that day is the Army-Navy game at 3:30 on CBS. So we're not conflicting with that. And then there's another game that's been added at 7 p.m. So we're now at noon by ourselves. And the other major part of that, we get to draft off of game day. So College Game Day, that day is their last show before the championship, CFP championship. So now that show is from 9 until 12. The only games that are on that day, they have to talk about the National Championship Celebration Bowl, even though the show is originating from Army-Navy. They're going to have, we've worked to have people in place in Atlanta. So they're doing cut-ins into Atlanta to interview coaches, talk about the game, be at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, all the highlights of everything that's going on. We now get the benefit of the show, which does what? Increase your viewership. And it puts all eyes on us because we're now the only game in town. We're opening bowl season, and we've had the lead-in of the top college football show with College Game Day. So you put it all together, and then I have to add one other thing. I did talk to coaches, the coaches that have participated in the game, both on the SWAC side and the MEAC side, and asking, what do you think the implications were? And you know what I love about college football coaches? Their position is, we got to play the game. You know, that no one complained about, well, you know, we're not getting that extra week. We don't get. It's like, look, tee it up, let's play. And so when the coaches said there's not an impact for us, and especially when we laid everything else out, let's go play. And so that's where we are.
Thomas, strategic. AD.
I want to ask you a follow-up on that, Mr. Grant. One of the things we've heard from the feedback as we presented this information to our various audiences is from the fan experience. You know, some of the fans have been concerned about the SWAC fans not having enough time to make the turnaround from SWAC championship game to Atlanta as far as purchasing tickets, hotels, rental cars, airplanes, etc., etc., etc. And obviously, I know that was something that you considered when you talked about that, because we've had conversations offline. What do you advise specifically the SWAC fans? Because MEAC fans, they're still going to have 3 weeks before they play, so they'll have time to get their arrangements together. What do you advise for the SWAC fans to do to prepare if they're one of those two teams in the championship game, so that they can still get to Atlanta, still have that experience that we desire for them to have?
I tell you, cheat code, book now. I love the way you say
book now, see you later.
Well, no, serious, book now. Tell your coaches, I'm in Atlanta. My expectation is y'all gonna meet us when we get there. Put the pressure on you, coach.
You got a good point. And one of the things we've done is we've worked with hotels too to make sure that the cutoff, normally hotels, you have a cutoff date for booking. We've made the cutoff that week. So fans have until Tuesday to get the booking rate. But and I will say this, when we launched the Celebration Bowl, we were told, over and over again, fans will not come to a noon game. HBCU fans don't come to a noon football game. Well, we see that that's not the case. I'm of this opinion. Fans are going to find a way. What we have responsible to do is create the experience that they will want to come to. They're going to find a way. So if your team makes it to the SWAC championship, you should already be booked anyway. Go ahead and get your tickets. Doesn't matter whether they win or lose. This is the Super Bowl. No one ever asked, if I came to you with 2 tickets to the Super Bowl, you're not going to ask me who's playing. Do you want to go here 2 tickets? You're going to say absolutely yes. That's where we have to be with the Cricket Celebration Bowl. The opportunity to go to the game, it doesn't matter win or lose. Make your preparations, make your plans, and be in Atlanta because it is an experience that you don't want to miss.
Good stuff. Let me follow up. I know we got to get you out here. Let's talk about the Celebration Bowl. I got 2 more questions, including this one, which is the Celebration Bowl. Somebody else wanted to get in there?
I think
Go ahead.
Carlos.
I let Carlos brought me in the game, so I wouldn't hear about it after this. I didn't let him question. He looked down, so he's studying, getting ready, his preparation, his question. I should know.
It's a quick one. I hope it's not too broad of a question and have a broad answer. From a strategic standpoint, where you see the event, the whole event, 3 to 5 years from now.
That's a very good question, Carlos. It's a absolutely very good
backhand. He asked you about the contract extension.
Well, then
that's outside of this contract. My fault. Now answer his first question.
But maybe that was the question because the current contract does end in 2026. But here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that, in my opinion, that the MEAC and SWAC conferences are sitting on a gold mine. I will tell you that the fans who have the opportunity to experience both the Cricket Celebration Bowl and the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge are sitting on a gold mines. There is nothing, and I will say this doesn't take away from any other game that exists, but there is nothing out there that compares in terms of scale, reach, national impact as the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff game in week 0. The stage is the biggest stage out there. And then the Cricket Celebration Bowl, which is our national championship. What we have to get to a place was, because right now, what I'm excited about when I'm here at the SWAC Media Day is that every coach is trying to get to one place. They're trying to get to Atlanta, which means every game they play in, regardless of what game it is, the goal is to get to Atlanta. So in the past, our rivalry games meant, and they still mean something, to get me wrong, but you could lose every game as long as you won the Bayou Classic or if you won the Magic City Classic, you as a coach, you kind of safe for another year. Well, now just winning those games aren't, if it doesn't have anything about getting to Atlanta, so you going into the game with a different mindset, that means I have to beat you to get here, not I have to beat you just to satisfy my fans. These games, every one of them now got elevated because they mean more. And so all of us are winning in that process.
Good one, Jamie. Quick question, you want to get in here? Since everybody asked, I want you to come back over here later talking about see how y'all do the ANT. That ain't right.
Listen, we have an understanding.
That's my man. We're good. Right there. So I'm gonna make it this last question here. Since we've covered the MEAC SWAC Challenge, we covered strategy, which I thought is important to give our viewers a chance to get that information, as well as the Celebration Bowl. So I wanted to ask this. I wanted to extend this. I want to get your thoughts in terms of what would it take if there's not a plan on the table already for to move outside of football and look at basketball, like a MEAC SWAC basketball challenge, if you would?
We have had conversations about a basketball concept that involved all four conferences, Division IIs against each other, Division I's against each other. Wow. As a matter of fact, the plan was reviewed. So it's on the table. When we will go live with it, I'm not really sure, but the discussion is there. I think the interest is there. Okay. We just have to make sure that in the scheme of all the things that we have going on, that we can make sure we're putting something together that is viable, that makes good business sense for ESPN, but it also makes great business sense for the conferences that are involved. My goal and my desire is if we can create the kind of events that would prevent our basketball teams from having to go on the road the way they go on the road to make money. Yeah. And go up against programs where they don't necessarily stand a chance, but they're playing them for the check. But if we can create comparable events where they can play comparable competition and still get equivalent amount of money, then that's a desire that we have.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, thank you for your time. I know a lot going on. A lot of people pull on you, but find a way to get over here to Game Time, Black College Sports Network, BCSN. We'll do that. This is Executive Director John Grant of the MEAC SWAC Challenge and the Celebration Bowl. You know, in this side, we like to say SWAC MEAC Challenge. It's a whole different discussion. We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that later.
With that, we'll be right back after this break.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MYMAJESTEAS.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
Some carriers will give you just one measly entertainment subscription. One is no fun. With Verizon, there's up to 7 entertainment subscriptions with your unlimited plan. That's 7 times the... 7 times the... No. 7 times the... Music, gaming, Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and more. That's 7 times the entertainment. Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
I'm attorney Clinton Paris, and Tampa's my community. I grew up here, went to school here, and my wife and I make our home here. What makes Tampa special are its people. So when I represent someone injured in my community, it's personal. Call my office and speak to a real lawyer. Office of Clinton Paris, we take the pain out of being heard.
This is Dr. Cavill inside the HBC Sports Lab host, but I'm here with the GameTime Black College Sports Network, man, with the SWAC 2024 football kickoff media day. And I have the men of Prairie View A&M University football team down here. I have CJ Presley and Shamar Savage. Man, it's kind of my last name. It's kind of hard. We got to try rhymes right now. Football coach is doing this thing, so we're going to give him a break. But I got the stars, the folks that really make it go. Let me get y'all on here and just talk about, obviously, how has the SWAC football media day been for you? We'll start with you, Smart, and then we'll come over to CJ.
My first ever media day, anything like this. First time I ever worn a suit, too.
And you wore well clean. Tell the truth, though. Shame it up.
It's been amazing meeting the players, from the coaches to just getting some information about how their team looking, the season looking, how the season going. I love that the SWAC did a lot of recruiting this year. We got a lot of big time players coming into the SWAC, so it should be a different type of league this year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so and it's exciting, man. It's a great opportunity to be here to represent our program, represent our school. You know, it's an honor. Like I said, it's just exciting to be here to see everybody here, see some new faces, see some familiar faces. To see all the preseason stuff come out today was, it's a real prize for a lot of people, and it's been a great day. It's been a great time.
Any surprises that you saw on there? Bulletin board type material. Y'all were just in the SWAC championship game last year.
Yeah.
We can go back 2 years ago. Y'all were in there as well.
Yeah.
But it sounds like I don't think the people believe y'all. How do you feel about that in terms of being?
It's nothing new.
Okay.
It's nothing new. They had us dead last in the West going into last year. It's nothing new. It's all right. We're gonna answer all those questions. It's okay.
Pull it up just a little bit.
I said it's all right. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. Your thoughts? Come
I still can't. I don't like to sit that we're second in the West.
I like that mindset.
We beat the team that's in front of us, but honestly, I take something like that and I look at it and I put it in my book and I make the next chapter.
All right. Talking about the next chapter, what gets you excited about this football season? I'm gonna start with you again, CJ. What are you looking forward to get done this football season?
I'm looking forward to winning these championships, winning these rings, man. We have such a hungry group coming back. We have some new guys that came in from incoming freshmen to transfers. We filled in so many pieces. We got so many people in there gelling together. We've been putting in a lot of work over the winter, over the spring, summer training. It's gonna be so exciting to see how everybody comes together and how we put that together on the field.
Talk a little bit about that before I come to you, Shamar, to ask both of these questions. My follow-up question to you is, I know you don't want to share too much of the inside because some people just going to come to GameTime, but in terms of what you got coming back, the pieces that you added, why do you think those are important to maintaining, a divisional championship program and now crossing over to get the final piece of the puzzle, as you said, and winning the conference championship?
Right. Well, our returning pieces, we have that experience now. We learn from our mistakes. We're still putting those lessons together, and then we can lead that to the rest of our defense, to the rest of our team, and bring that together, bring it all together, and get over that hump to win that championship, and then get to the Celebration Bowl and then win that Celebration Bowl.
Talk about motivation. What motivates you? Obviously, you talked a little bit about predicted order finish. That's one type of motivation, but I know more than that. If you are self-motivated in a lot of ways. What motivates you?
What motivates me the most, honestly, is just working hard with someone that I don't know that long, but also we got the same dreams and same we want build the same atmosphere. So basically saying like, knowing he played D line, I play O line, but we can go out together, get a workout in where we're going to improve and get better as a teammate and a brother.
That's really good.
Willing, like if he says something to me on the field, I wouldn't take it personal. It's more like, all right, this is someone that loves me. This is someone I've been seeing me grind. So when he's like, all right, you got to lock in. Okay. I understand I gotta lock in. It's time to lock in. If he's off, it's up for me to be like, hey, you gotta lock in. But to see my teammates be coming out since June on our own, no coaches on our own, and we working hard, we practicing, we getting the route tree down, we perfecting our craft. That takes a lot to do.
Ask this about, he talked about the celebration bowl, end type of goal, SWAC championship, end type of goal. Talk about those motivating factors and why that's important that you want to leave a legacy on the program in terms of closing the chapter with winning, not just the Western Division, but winning the whole thing in terms of a SWAC championship, finding a way to Atlanta to play for essentially a black college national champion in the celebration bowl.
Man, that's a lot because when the SWAC was, it was cool, it was fun. But if you win it all, you leave back a legacy that no one can ever forget. No one can ever be like, oh, that 2024 team, they did this and that. No matter how many games you lost, if you won it all and you take it all, there's nothing anybody can say against you. You got the ring, man. You finished it. You're a champion. There's only a few people that are championships in their life. You feel me? It doesn't matter if it's school, work, anything. But winning a championship like that would mean a lot because I'm leaving back a legacy that my kids can chase.
This is the last one for both of y'all. Talk about your fans and the support that you appreciate with your fans, particularly with the Labor Day Classic coming back to campus this year to kick things off. And you talking about a good way, conference game, rival, to get things started at home for this season.
The Panther Nation has showed us nothing but love, man. You know, with the Labor Day Classic coming back, that's such a great way to jumpstart our season, and we know everybody's gonna come out and show love. We've already seen it on social media and all this, that, and the third. So, you know, we're just so excited to see them pop out and just put on a show for them because, you know, they will keep us going. You know, they keep us going, and that's why we are who we are.
You know, I'll be ready for y'all for homecoming, but I got my season tickets. I'll be in the suite, and we got a hell of a schedule. So Prairie View fans gonna be in the house. You talking about Texas Southern at home, Southern at home, FAMU at home, Alcorn at home.
Ooh. That's some good home games. I'm talking about some good competition. I love it all.
It's exciting. It's exciting.
You in here with these guys here. They looking forward to the season. I love it. Home schedule. They gonna do what they need to do on the road. With that being said, we're gonna take a next break here in the SWAC 2024 football kickoff media day. You just heard it from Prairie View A&M players that are here, letting you know their expectation for the season and more importantly, the work they're getting done. I want to say appreciate y'all both. And thank you for representing Prairie View A&M University in such a high regard and a high standing. It means a lot as an alumni to see you all do the things you're doing. And I'm more than just a fan. I'm a big supporter in terms of what you all are getting done beyond what you do on the football field. So I thank you all. With that, we'll be back after the break. Game time, BCSN. No doubt.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
When it comes
And we're back with season predicted number one finisher in the division. Did you turn your mic on? Player Malachi Bailey and Tavares Griffin. How you guys feeling today? How you feel about the prediction?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, it's just a prediction. We gotta fulfill the expectations at the end of the day.
So do you guys have any idea of how the voting went or who actually votes for you guys?
No.
So like just like in high school or just like when you're in school in the prom, you can't vote for yourself. So it's a lot of respect out there for those guys, those other teams that were in there for Florida A&M, the Alabama State coaches and the SIDs to actually vote for you to be number one.
They vote from the other side of the conference.
Well, everybody in your division votes. So as they vote in your division, you have the compliments of those people, but you can't cast a vote for yourself, which is a good part about it. So
were the teams on our side able to vote for us?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So they actually voted for you. So you got Alcorn, you guys are first, Prairie View, second, Southern, JPV, Texas Southern. So based upon what you guys experienced last year, what would you say is your biggest area of growth throughout the spring as a team?
I would say team camaraderie. I feel like we lacked that a little bit last year season. I feel like we were two different teams, offensively, defensively. But now I feel like we have been able to gel well with each other. With our new head coach coming in and the guys that he brought in coaching wise, I feel like they have pushed that camaraderie on us and, you know, team bonding and stuff like that.
Same, piggyback always. Like we all just coming together.
Okay, so one thing that Coach said talked about emphatically was there was a gap with the special teams last year. And he said the one thing this year that they really you guys worked on throughout the spring and going into summer is it's all hands on deck for special teams. So he said it's been fun to see the offensive coaches get in there with the coordinator. How is that different this year than last year?
Well, special teams, we had a special teams coach last year. We haven't officially chose one yet. So all the coaches are stepping in to do their part. So that's why I feel like it's been like that way. And seeing the coaches step in and do their part and step outside themselves just make the players want to do the same thing. So offense, defense, everybody is punching into that special teams because it's just a sport. It's just as important as offense and defense.
Okay, so you guys got back early. Class is about to start here shortly, coming in August. So how do you guys balance that workload of, you know, your practice schedule along with your travel, along with your studies? How does that, you know, how do you guys make sure that you holding one another accountable for your grades? And, you know, what happens when the ball stops bouncing? What are you going to be when you leave Alcorn State University? What are your desires and goals and aspirations?
So first, I'm going to start with your first question about school and stuff like that. Our coach preaches school is cool. So if you don't have the grades, you won't be able to go outside for recess. Right. So other than that, I just feel like it's about time management. You know, what you're doing outside with your time outside of football. You know, we're not just there. We have a lot of time. You do football from, you know, early in the morning to about half your day. So what are you doing with your other half of the day? Are you focused on your schoolwork, or are you just, you know, enjoying your college life? But you know what comes first and what's more important.
Same, you know, like he said, time management. You know, everybody gonna have their practice time. You know, you gotta know you gotta go to school, so you gotta get the studies in.
Okay, so what are you majoring in?
I'm a mass communications major. I do what y'all do.
Mass communication,
yeah.
Okay.
Sports management.
Sports management. So in that mass communication piece,
how do you feel like that time at Alcorn State University can be expanded, like with Mr. Edmonds over at the radio station, or you guys checking in with him to say, hey, I want to cover the soccer game this week, or I want to cover women's volleyball. You from the sports management piece, like, if I were going to send you overseas or get you a career and you were talking to him from an interview perspective, how are you guys growing as competent student athletes at Alcorn State University?
Well, I do a radio show every Friday. Well, I did it last year every Friday to just get acclimated. To what's ahead of me, post graduation and stuff like that, and working closely with our media teams at the school to make sure that we have the best media coverages and stuff like that moving forward.
For the sports manager, like you said, like you want to send me overseas. So I feel like our professors there at Alcorn, they do a really good job of putting us in situations of what would you do here, how would you do this.
Okay, so let's speak a little bit more about what you said with your radio show, but also can you talk about the impact of the 1871, the collective, the group that
shout out the collective.
One of two.
Shout out 1871 collective.
Yes,
yes, sir.
Because it's only one of two in the HBCU land. Alcorn State University have one. So, but each of you kind of maybe take the time to just talk just a little bit about the impact point of the collective. Shout out to the 1871.
I feel like the collective for every school is important. We grind hard on a daily to satisfy the needs and the wants of fans and our school and our programs. So I feel like it's only right if it's somebody apt to advocate for us in our wants and needs as well.
I feel the same way. A lot of these guys that wake up day in, day out, putting in a lot of work for it. Real lot of blood, sweat, and tears for it. So.
All right. So glad to see that both of you are here. Glad to see that you're accountable athletes. I think Coach Sid is doing a phenomenal job first year, but he's been on staff. So there's a high level of accountability there for each of you. And with the collective, man, it's been major. And as an Alcorn State University graduate and alumni, I'm proud to see that there's a group that's going to talk about what you guys are going to do on and off the field, mass communication, sports management, and hopefully you can have a conversation with the guys who run this at the Jericho Broadcasting Network to see where do I fit and how does that work out. So as we move on, we're going to transition on. And so, congratulations. See you guys soon. And we're going to continue on here from SWAC Media Day 2024. And have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and Instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle. A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel. Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisine.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again.
This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This Padwix gush is 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle. A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel. Or Mr. Get the Party Started. Hey!
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle. A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel. Or Mr. Get the Party Started. Hey!
Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Got to get the corners.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the BCS and Game Time Show, live here from the SWAC Media Day. Okay, we'll let him leave the Grambling hat up. I'm not gonna have an argument with that right now. But again, this is Roy Evans. Again, joined by Mr. Ray Higgins. See, look at Grambling folks, man. Don't even want to give me time to catch a breath to tell him how it is and everything. But no, wanted to bring Ray back up because as we were going in and we're talking about it, of course, right before we came back in from the break, you guys saw that the Choice Hotels commercial ran. Well, Choice Hotels is the group that is working with Ray and the Lewis Dawkins and Associates to help us build these hotels on these HBCU campuses. So we definitely wanted to take an opportunity to shout those guys out, and we definitely wanted to do it during this particular segment. This segment is talking about the BCS and Game Time Show. So what that is the BCS and Game Time Show. And I hate doing this somewhat, but they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. This is the HBCU version of College Game Day. We're going to be traveling all over the country right now. We've already got about 7 or 8 dates that are already chosen. So, Drew, let's go ahead and pull that first graphic up for me. Number 7, as we talk about some of the things, you heard Coach Robinson from Alabama State talk to you guys about it. August 17th, we're going to be in Montgomery, Alabama for the Buzz Fest, which is their first kind of preseason warm-up, getting all the fall sports introduced and all those types of things. The next weekend, we will be in Atlanta, Georgia for the SWAC Challenge, where joining us will be the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University Rattlers that sit upon the highest of 7 hills. Take the graphic down while I'm saying this, please. That sit upon the highest of 7 hills in Tallahassee, Florida. It's going to be, of course, joining us on our panel really quick is Coach James Colsey, who is the head coach for the Florida A&M Rattlers. So we're going to get his opinion on some of those things. But some of the other games that we're going to be dealing with, we will be at the Alabama State Homecoming, which, again, will be Alabama State and Florida A&M University. We've just been invited to go to the Orange Blossom Classic, which is going to be down in Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Florida. So we'll be at that game as well. Let's talk a little bit, guys, about what the whole purpose of this is, and as we get into these types of engagements. So one of the things that we do, and we're in some negotiations to reset our partnership with a travel company that gave us a 55-passenger bus. Now, let me explain why that is so important for us. Because we take fans when we go to these games. We travel with that. Awesome. Coach, talk to the folks a little bit about how important it is or what the benefit is to have your fans be able to travel to some of these classic games and these major games that you have. Let's give him another mic. Is that one on? Let's get him that one.
Hello.
There you go, Coach.
I think obviously when you walk into a road stadium, getting to see your fans, and I'll be honest, at times we've traveled where we had more FAMU fans more than the home team's fans. So, but again, it's just a sense of comfort. Sometimes it's the parents of some of our players, or just overall the alumni coming to support us, and obviously getting to see those faces is always a blessing.
All right. Kelvin, what about you, man? I know you've been around and you've done a lot of traveling, some different games. How does that impact with you?
The game day experience, man, is not the same everywhere. So if you're fortunate enough and blessed enough to have a rabid fan base, it's definitely an advantage. I mean, coming in Bragg, we haven't lost in Bragg in 3-4 years now. That ain't by accident. We have a great game day atmosphere, both in the stadium and pregame and postgame, right? We celebrate, we value winning, and we celebrate those rattlers, on and off the field. So it's important. I mean, it translates to dollars, of course, also in terms of revenue generation from an administrative standpoint. So, to get to that next level, I think it's really important that all our fans, all our supporters, our community, we all have to work together to make sure that we help our team. Sometimes, we can be the 12th man. Sometimes when things get a little rough and a little down and those dark clouds start together,
okay.
having those, that pick me up from the 100 and the fan base, man, is what the teams need.
All right. I will cut him off because listen, I feel that fire and that fervor.
I can talk about
that. We're going to jump in.
I got a little juicy myself.
There you go.
I thought we were in the middle of a game right now.
We're going to step over here to my guy.
39. We got to make a play.
Step over to my guy, JB, who is actually an alumnus of North Carolina A&T, which is another team that travels really well across the HBCU spectrum. Jamie, what is it like with you going out and doing some of those things?
Well, when you're talking about just the way that fan bases travel in general, it's nothing like having a place where your team is still represented even when you're away from home. You feel that as a player, you feel it is in the coaching staff. It just gives you an edge that no one else has, and especially in the HBCU landscape where it's important to have your crowd there everywhere. The culture is going to give you a certain aspect of feeling, but when your crowd is there in general, it's nothing like it.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and come over here to the Grambling guy. Ray, you've experienced this and being a part of this team with Lewis Dawkins and Associates and looking to bring these hotels to these campuses and getting engaged with folks. What is that like? How do you think us taking the Game Time show to these different locations can impact something of that nature?
Well, as the gentleman said before, when you want to travel, you want to have your fans there with you wherever you go. For Grambling, we're fortunate enough to have the popularity to be the name that a lot of people who don't attend those HBCUs know about because of Coach Robinson and all the other coaches that we've had. But in order to getting there is part of the problem. As a travel person myself, owning the travel franchise, knowing where to stay, where to go, all the ins and outs of the game make people want to go. The less they know, the harder for them it is to travel. So if you make it easier for them to be there, then like providing them with transportation, hotel accommodations, it's easier for them to come because they want to come, but sometimes traveling, driving may not be what they can do.
Yeah.
So if they can hop on a bus and make it easier for them. So anything that can be done in that space, it only helps the game day experience and the fans and for the team as well.
Well, there you go, folks. And that's what we're looking to do with the BCSN Game Time show this year. We're going to be on the road. Look for us in a different city every week. And that's not just going to be during football season. We will be carrying that throughout the season. We've already been invited to the Cactus Jack Classic in Houston, Texas for baseball when we get to February, I believe is when that game's going to be. And so we're working it out. Like I said, we're working with a new transportation partner now, trying to get that squared away, looking for folks who are going to have our accommodations. We show up in the city on Friday, and we're going to have fun the entire weekend. We're going to be there showing what the HBCU culture and experience is all about, show everyone else what it is that you're missing. Now, we want you to stay tuned because Coach Colsey and the Rattlers are going to take their time on the stage with Brian and Kelvin from the ONG Strike Zone. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with more right here on the BCSN Game Time Show.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never, ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle. A romantic weekend escaper at a Cambria hotel. Or Mr. Get the Party Started.
Hey! Be a pool lounger or a big room relaxer. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Gotta get the coin.
All right. Here it is, live and direct. Brian Fulford, Kelvin Rojan, with none other than the head ball coach of Florida A&M University, James Cozy III. Coach, live here at SWAC Media Day. How you doing? Let me just take a wild guess. The number one question you've been asked, who's the starting running back? No, I'm just kidding. Who's the starting quarterback? Let me guess.
I've had that question a couple times, and I've said my AD. My AD is going to be our starting quarterback to start the season.
there it is.
She's ready. She's ready to go. We were looking at her form earlier, and she's ready to go. She's ready. But that for sure is the number one question.
So no breaking news. So we'll get that out of the way. No breaking news coming from us today. Coach, how do you like being here? First media day. You were one of 6 first-year coaches. What's been your lay of the land, the landscape, your impressions?
Well, you getting a chance to be in front of some of these coaches, right? You obviously everyone read each other's clippings about how they may have got the job or what their credentials were. So you get a chance to take a look at Chris Dishman and be like, hey, yeah, Chris Dishman introduced himself to me. I'm like, Chris, I know exactly who you are. I need to introduce myself to you as the NFL veteran, but it's just get a chance to be around everyone. Obviously, TC, Coach Taylor and I, we had a really, really good hug when we saw each other. But you get a chance to see everyone. You get a chance to see the prominent players from each football team. This is a great environment. Getting a chance to be around all the media, et cetera, et cetera. But if you get a chance to be around these things, it makes you feel kind of important, I guess.
You get a chance to see these young men, the various other players.
Yes.
Anybody stand out? You're like, oh, he's a little bit bigger than I thought he was without pads. Anybody look really impressive to you that you got a chance to see?
Well, it feels like the Prairie View guys and myself were kind of on similar schedules, so they look really, really put together. I like what Coach McDowell's done with their suits and et cetera, et cetera. So, but anybody here that's from these teams, obviously they're planned to be really, really vital, play really, really vital roles for some of these teams, and hopefully, we get a chance to hopefully foil some of the things that they're trying to get done. But again, create a good opportunity to get see some of these players, say hello, and I know those guys have been working hard over the summer for their various programs.
Mm-hmm. What you got, Kelvin?
So I got a couple of house cleaning type questions real quick, just like you did with that quarterback thing, Coach. So is our roster pretty much finalized, and then your staff is your staff pretty much finalized?
Well, we still got a couple of guys that are with us. We have not yet announced. We will have a roster of 110. So right now we're finalizing some of our preferred, our PWOs that we want to have for camp. But for the most part, we're 88 to 90 guys right now there. As far as our staff goes, we just hired our director of recruiting. She's going through the human resource process, and she'll be a part of us hopefully starting Friday. So It looks like our staff's complete, and we're gearing up and ready to go.
All right, and my follow-up question to that is just how has the summer gone, and has the work that needed to happen been happening? How do you feel going into fall camp, which is next week for us?
Well, I'll say this. The last 2 summers we left the 7-on-7 and the team stuff. We left it up to the Jeremy Musas, the Isaiah Majors, the Cheneys, the Morgans, the Smiths. Well, this year, obviously having, trying to figure out who the quarterback's going to be for us, bringing in some of the newer guys that we brought in from the portal, we actually became a little bit more structured as far as what we did. So, we just had our 35th lift of the summer. We just finished our 7th OTA, which is OTAs are organized training activities where we're out there doing certain things without a ball, like with the coaching staff. We could do things out there with the ball, but then we left 15 to 20 minutes where we then brought a ball to the field, and we did team and we did Skelly with the coaches being off the field. So, we probably, I would just say some more structure pieces for our guys, and then obviously getting a chance to evaluate and assess them every single day just to see where some of these guys are.
Okay. All right.
Give an opportunity here, Jamie Walker. Jamie, you got some questions here for Coach?
Listen. I came over here on the sidelines. I felt that it was old that the ONG strike zone be in the primary shot. As a graduate of North Carolina A&T, of course, sometimes I struggle with the whole thing. I almost want to go out there and battle again. But Coach, I've always been an admirer of the program, and just what you all do. As far as recruiting is concerned, we talked about, and we talked about this kind of pregame. When it came to switching up of head coaches, the recruiting did not seem to stop. From a cultural fit, the guys that you are bringing in, are they the same type of guys that you all are accustomed to in this program?
And that's a great question. I'll say this, when we had, I put a list on the board of the guys that we lost. Whether it was graduation, portal, whatever the case may be. And on that list of guys, and you guys can only think of you could often wonder what those names are. We talked about the pros and the cons of those individual players. And what we did so for example, we lost a guy that ended up going to the University of Illinois, and he was a 2-year starter, really, really good interior player. So we looked in recruiting, we looked for that same type of guy, and we were blessed to find duplicates. A lot of that resembled a lot of the players that we did lose. So we lost a guy to Colorado. We went and got a guy from USF. We had a guy that graduated. He was the defensive player of the year. We went and got a guy from Michigan. So we did I thought as a staff, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, I thought as a staff we did a really, really good job filling some of those voids. And ultimately we didn't necessarily get as many high school kids as we wanted because we didn't lose that many first-year players. We lost veterans, and we wanted to make sure we brought in veterans as such.
And I know we talked about this in another conversation as well. I know you said you were top heavy. How have you all or what kind of strategy are you all doing to actually build that depth?
Well, we through the portal, some of the guys that we brought in through the portal where they might have been, PWOs at Power 4 schools and wanted to come in, so we did that at a certain position, right? So I think that for us, when you speak about Florida A&M, and you speak about being a national champion, reigning national champions, if you are at another program, you've seen us on TV. You've seen the success that we've had over the last couple of years. So believe it or not, with our losses through graduation and through the portal, the biggest thing that we preached to some of these recruits was the opportunity. You're going to have the opportunity to play on national television. It wasn't hard to sell a guy, hey man, our first game is going to be on ABC 7:30. We're going to be the only ones on TV. So if you want to show the nation and show the scouts or show whoever that you have the ability to be successful, you're gonna have a chance to show that on national television. And I can honestly say there's a lot of programs that aren't going to necessarily have that opportunity throughout the season. So we got quite a few games on national television. We're going to have 25 to 30 NFL scouts that just going to come through the program. When you have your pro day, you're going to have another 20 to 25 pro scouts there. So we're preaching opportunity. We're preaching the amazing university. I didn't even have to talk about our games during the schedule because they either came on their own or they brought a friend and had a chance to come visit or attend one of our home football games. So the proof is there. The product is there. We just have to make sure we do a great job of giving that student athlete a great student athlete experience.
It's one more question before I throw it back to the original O&G. When it comes to the guys that you brought in as your coordinators,
yes.
How have they already kind of put their stamps on things? I know you're still, working with a roster. I know, some names are being released and will come out later. But with that roster, how have your coordinators already kind of put their stamps on things?
Well, believe it or not, I think the biggest thing for me was, the two coordinators that we have now, they were part of our program. You know what I mean? So
I call this place home.
Let's go. Let's go.
Ga je op vliegvakantie? Parkeer dan je auto via Parkos. Zo kan je auto even opladen, terwijl jij dat ook doet. Dus geniet maar van die vakantie. Want je auto is bij ons in goede handen en staat weer uitgerust voor je klaar. Parkos. Het is ook een beetje vakantie voor je auto.
Bring in, I'm not asking the players to learn anything new. Part of our interview process, part of our, me meeting with those potential coaches was, when we talk about Wheezy, I need you to understand what Wheezy means, not the other way around. So Wheezy is one of our defensive calls. So, but so it was easy for us to make sure that our coaches learned more so than our players having to learn. So that was a big thing for us. Now, obviously, the stuff that we've been doing through the summer wasn't just for our players. Any of that new install stuff that we were doing, the OTAs practices that we were doing, that was for our coaches as well, just to get an opportunity to learn from the players and also learn what we were doing on the offensive, defensive side. Now, also during the summer, I thought it was important for our new coaches to be in the weight room. You know, our guys, our new coaches were in the weight room a lot, getting to know the players, just like the players were getting to know the coaches. So just new coaches being around, being accessible, having the opportunity to speak with our players, not just on the football field, I also thought was a benefit for us as well.
It's interesting. You talked about the coverage, the entire season, all 12 games on national television, and you talked about that's a great selling point, and just something that you're going to tell kids. It's like, hey, every game that we play is on national television, and like you said, I don't think everybody gets a chance to say that. Let me get your reaction to the predicted order of finish. Florida A&M predicted second in the East. I think we picked up the second most first place votes. 6 players named to first or second team. A preseason SWAC. Any reaction or thoughts when you hear or saw that news?
Well, you know, I picked us to finish third, so don't get mad at me. I guess people have higher expectations than I do. But you know, when you do the preseason stuff, you know that's a lot of that stuff from what you did in 2023. You know, obviously, you know they probably have watched some of the guys that we brought in and think that we're going to have a very, very good football team. Well, I'll stop that by saying we'll be talented, but if we don't play together, then we won't be as high as we think we'll be. Now, you know, the preseason accolades again. You know, we have some good players that are returning, and they're well deserved. My biggest thing is making sure that we have more than 6 to 7 guys on the actual SWAC all SWAC team, because when you have those guys that are, you know, have multiple guys and all SWAC team, and you have the player, offensive player, and defensive player of the year, that means you had a very, very good season. So I'm looking forward to the end. Hopefully we have more than those 6 that we have that are on the preseason.
Yes, sir. Kelvin, give you a chance to get the last word in with Coach.
Coach, you've got an interesting roster in the sense that you got 2/3 of your team back, but you lost a third, and a lot of folks who played a lot of downs. And people, you know, ask about the quarterback position, but I'm asking at large, how much competition is there going on, and you know, how many spots are still to be up for grabs?
Well, quite a few. You know, I think that, you know, we'll see competition every day. It won't be odd to me where every day our depth chart is changing. You know, there's a strong possibility, man. We could have a group of 5 guys. We didn't have a very good day and could end up being a third team on our depth chart. So we got players. I can't say enough the type of players that we brought in, and that's a testament to our staff and our support staff and everybody surrounding our university. But we're gonna have to be able to compete. We're gonna have to be able to play together. Those are the things that people really, really realize that, yeah, we were a very, very talented team last year, but when stuff went maybe sideways on the sidelines, it wasn't the coaches that were making the adjustments. It was the players, and that was the players that having the confidence in what we were doing, how we were doing things. So, you know, I'm anxious, and I'm anxious to see how we're going to handle adversity, especially with some guys that might not necessarily that have not been with us. But, you know, again, it's our job throughout training camp. It's going to be our job throughout our entire season that we make sure that we're building that rapport where they feel comfortable, right, with what we're doing at Florida A&M. Because once they feel comfortable with us, we now know we'll get all of everything from them.
One last thing, Coach. Explain to everybody watching, and I'm only going to put this out there because I know you're going to handle this question. What is the standard at FAMU?
The standard is, first and foremost, we have to beat that team in Daytona. We got to win the SWACies. We got to play for the SWAC championship. We got to win it. That's in parentheses. That's not a step. That's just, we just can't play in it. We got to win it. And then we got to make sure we are playing and winning that Celebration Bowl. It was a hell of a journey last year. And I think people got they got really, really excited about that journey, and they're looking forward to hopefully doing that thing again. It was fun, wasn't it?
It was.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully we get a chance to do that sucker again in 2024.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
There it is.
I got my jewelry on, so that's how much fun it is.
There you go.
Coach has got his somewhere in the safe, I'm sure.
Yes, it is.
We appreciate Coach Colsey.
Yes.
And coming up a little bit later, I know we'll have Kelvin Dean and Kim Bowler.
Bowler. Yeah.
And we got some more interviews coming up here in a moment. Coach Alonzo Hampton of UAPB will be joining us in just a second. We'll be back. You're watching the BCSN Game Time live from SWAC Football Media Day.
Itchy, squirmy, scratchy. Family not getting clean? Get Charmin Ultra Strong. Go get 'em. It just cleans better. With a diamond weave texture, your family can use less while still getting clean.
Goodbye, itchy squirm. Hello, cream bottom.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
Hey, grab me one too.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum designed for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
Some carriers will give you just one measly entertainment subscription. One is no fun. With Verizon, there's up to 7 entertainment subscriptions with your unlimited plan. That's 7 times the... 7 times the... No. 7 times...
Back here on the BCSN Game Time Show, we are now here with the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. Coach, how's it been going? You tired yet, man? Did you get a good lunch?
We got a good lunch. We're just excited, man, ready to get back to get to work.
All right, always. Coach, I'm just sitting up here scrolling through the selections, predicted order of finish, first team, second team. Not a lot of respect for Arkansas Pine Bluff out there. Still, again, we went through this last year. Bulletin board material, Coach?
Nah, man, we ain't in the bulletin board material. We just in to earn our respect. And obviously, when you have a 2-9 season, that's where you should be rated. And obviously, our players that we have that's here in the summer and the players that we signed, we got over 50 guys that'll be coming in July. Nobody knows what we got. So, hey, we don't need bulletin board material. We're trying to prove to ourselves. We ain't worried about the outside noises. We're just focusing on what we can control. And then when we get to the first conference game, then we'll be ready to talk football.
We'll be able to talk football. Let's talk about the change in culture. Once upon a time, Arkansas Pine Bluff was one of the players in the SWAC, kind of fell off. Now the last couple of years, you've been trying to get back on that projectile forward. What has been, since you've been there in your second year, talk about the change of culture that you've been able to bring to Pine Bluff.
I always tell people this. So I was at UAPB in 2006. We lost to Alabama A&M in the SWAC championship game. The next year they won was 2012. They won an HBCU national championship. That was Coach Coleman. We recruited half those players. I was the D coordinator. Jerry Mack, he's the running back coach with the Jacksonville Jags. He was the OC. We left. They won a national championship. All right. In 2020, that's 8 years later. They went back to the SWAC championship game. So Pine Bluff has been able to do it every 6 to 8 years. That's too long. That's why I'm here. Like, we're trying to build a foundation that's going to be able to compete for a SWAC championship every year. So year one for us was 2-9, but this is really year one because we've signed about 19 high school guys and probably about 30 guys out of the portal. I mean, from junior college to some guys that's come from Group of 5. So our football team is now getting ready to be on solid foundation as we continue to build this thing moving forward.
Throw it over to Jamie Walker, who was going to bring the players' perspective.
Absolutely. Hey, players, let's introduce yourselves. Starting off with my man. How you doing, man? It's Elijah Jenkins, outside linebacker, senior, UAPB.
Damon Dawkins, receiver, senior, UAPB.
All right, now let's start off with you. Talk about what the next progression of this offense will be for UAPB.
Just moving the ball fast. You feel me? Quick game, getting the ball to our playmakers out in space so we could do something with the ball. Just getting the ball to our playmakers and doing something with the ball.
Yeah. Now defensively, you're talking about SWAC football, where a lot of points are scored, a lot of flying around. Talk about the way this defense intends on stopping some of those high-powered offenses.
First of all, we're going to start with being consistent in doing our job. Keep doing our job, no matter the play before or the play after. We just stick to the code, do what Coach said to do, keep it plain and simple, do our job, and just there's a lot of guys that just love football and got the will to play, and we just running around.
Now, both of you upperclassmen, you talked about the way that, on your side of the ball, you're going to impact just the wins and the losses. Talk about culturally what Coach Hampton is brought in. I know the second year, within the team. Talk about from a cultural standpoint, because Coach Hampton came in like gangbusters last year. Like, I remember, like, ready to run through a wall. Culturally, how does this coaching staff, including Coach Hampton, set the tone for what you do?
He really changing the culture, really, because it's not just about football, it's also about academics as well. Like, we feel like he's changed the academic part of UAPB, with a lot of guys getting over 3.0, because it's life after football, and we got to be ready and be prepared for that. So that's what he's done. He's prepared us for that, but also playing football too. Like, he wants us to do our best, so that's what we try to do.
All right, and talk about.
And he changes the culture, like just what Damon said. It's a standard. It's a certain standard that he said, a certain way of confidence that he said, a certain type of tone that he brings. And when he says something, he means it. So we take that, man. We take that, you know what I'm saying? We take that we don't take that lightly. And he just changed it in that way and letting us understand that the small details make up the bigger things in life. So, and he always tell us professionally, it could be football, it could be anything in your life, but you have to be a pro in everything that you do. It don't matter if it's small, big, going to class, being in class on time, sitting in the front, parking when you're supposed to park, making workouts, encouraging other players in workouts, knowing when to lead, knowing when to follow. So just bringing all of that, knowing that you got players that's willing to listen and you got players that believe it, the sky's the limit.
Outstanding. Damon, talk about just what the offseason has been for the program so far.
I mean, it's been good just learning each other. We got new guys coming in, and we just bonding, like whether it's going to go swim together at the aquatic center, just bonding, really coming together as a team. So once we get on the field, the sky's the limit, as Elijah said.
And Elijah, same too.
Same, just loving on each other, man, bonding with each other, learning person from a different angle. Everybody don't react the same. Everybody comes from different backgrounds. Everybody have different situations. It's 2024. It's way more problems now in 2024 than they had several years ago. So you have to understand everybody's situation, meaning by if you have to talk to them, you have to give them a ride, or encourage them in the weight room, encourage them in the classroom. You have to help tutor them. You have to lead them in a certain way that, they may, not like you at first, but that's what comes with leadership. You know what I'm saying? A lot of fragile things comes with leadership, and you got to be willing to do that. You're talking about leading the pack.
All right. Damon and Elijah, enjoyed speaking with you. We're going to throw it back to AD and talk some more coach talk.
All right, Coach Hampton. Take a look at your schedule. Very interesting schedule. 3 of your first 4 games, you do not leave the state of Arkansas. And game number 4, in the midst of that, you're just going right across the water to Memphis. So you got 4 games within the state of Arkansas. What does it mean to be able to get off to a great start, especially when you consider getting your fan base involved, because you guys have an opportunity to really captivate your fan base and capture them, because all your games either going to be at home or real easily to travel to games to start the season.
Well, obviously for us, being able to play close to home is good for our fan base. And you want your players to feel like they got support. And so the Arkansas game, we know everybody's going to be there, and then you turn around and you got Arkansas Baptist, the first home game of the year. They're another HBCU.
HBCU, a lot of people don't even realize is an HBCU. They've transitioned from a 2-year to a 4-year NAIA program.
Yep. And so they come into us, and then we turn around and go back to Memphis. That's like home to us. 2.5. So last year we had about 47 to 48,000 there. Then you turn around and play UCA, one of the top 5 teams in the FCS. And so now they're coming to us to play inside the Bluff. So we're excited about that. And so what we want to do is we want to put a great product on the field. This offense is totally different from the offense we had last year. And so now we want to just make sure we add these new pieces that we bring in, and we just continue to fine wine that thing. And hopefully by the time we play the first conference game, you'll see a whole different side of UAPB football.
You talk about the Southern Heritage Classic there in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, you guys replaced Jackson State, who has been one of the mainstays there in the Southern Heritage Classic. What really does this mean as you become the new focal point of the Southern Heritage?
For them to come back, everybody being able to kind of fellowship during that time. But it's no fun if you don't win the game. And so that's where we come in as players and coaches. Our job is to win the game. All the other stuff is for our fans, for our alumni. But we want to put a good product out there. Last year we had a chance to win the game. They blocked a time field goal and ran it back and beat us 24-14. But we're excited about it. I mean, it was nothing but love from the Southern Heritage Classic. So we look forward to going back as many years as they'll have us back. But we want to bring the trophy home.
There you go. Jamie had a question over there.
Just one question, Coach. In your second year, reflect on your first year. And this is kind of a reflective question for you. What has been one thing that you yourself feel that you can grow on? And what's one thing that you feel you can hang your hat on as far as glowing?
Number one is just being a head coach to understand all 3 phases of the program. When I say offense, defense, special teams, I've been a defensive coordinator. I've been a special teams coordinator. I've never really wanted to coach on the offensive side of the ball. But in the spring, when I hired Coach Hull, he's a really good friend of mine. I went in and learned the entire offense. I didn't spend one day in the defensive staff room. I didn't spend one day with the defense. And now I can help him, on Saturdays when, something may be the defense is doing, he may not see it or they may miss it. I can help him. So I'm becoming an all-around better coach. The one thing I'm going to hang my hat on is just having pride every day, having confidence, as my players tell you. Like, you can't defeat me. You can't defeat us because the God in us is bigger than everybody. So all we do is we put the work in, and that's where the faith comes in at. You got to work every single day on and off the field in order to get the results on Saturday. If the results don't come, it's because he doesn't want them to come. But we're going to put our best foot forward. We did it in the classroom. Now it's our chance to flip the football field part of it and continue to mold young men over and over. And when the guys walk across the stage, they graduate and they take that next step in life, then I feel like I've helped them win, not only on the field, but they won in life.
Absolutely. I hear the enthusiasm just oozing out as far as the next level for this football team. So thank you, Coach.
While we got it over there with the players, any final comments from the players? Anybody, anything y'all want to get out to the fans before we get out of here?
Any final comments?
Go Lions. Restore the pride. Hey, respect is earned. It's not given. We wouldn't die about that respect.
All right, Coach, any final comments you want to get out before we go to this break?
No, man, appreciate you guys, and obviously come support the Golden Lions. Look forward to seeing y'all during the season.
All right. And we'll be back here on the BCSN Game Time show in just a moment.
Some carriers will give you just one measly entertainment subscription. One is no fun. With Verizon, there's up to 7 entertainment subscriptions with your unlimited plan. That's 7 times the... 7 times the... No. 7 times the... Music, gaming, Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and more. That's 7 times the entertainment. Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
I'm attorney Clinton Paris, and Tampa's my community. I grew up here, went to school here, and my wife and I make our home here. What makes Tampa special are its people. So when I represent someone injured in my community, it's personal. Call my office and speak to a real lawyer and not some referral service. I will fight the insurance companies to get the settlement that you deserve. At the law office of Clinton Paris, we take the pain out of being hurt.
Choice Hotels.
All right, welcome back to the BCSN Game Time live from SWAC Football Media Day. Brian Fulford, Kelvin Rozier, joining me to my right, none other than Celebration Bowl offensive MVP, second team preseason SWAC, Kelvin Dean, and of course, first team preseason all SWAC, Kendall Bowler. Gentlemen, how you guys doing today?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. What? Let's kind of start with what this experience has been like for you. We'll kind of start with you, Kendall, and then go to Kelvin.
The experience has been amazing. Just seeing other guys from different schools, seeing all the coaches. Just talking a little fun trash and things like that. It's been amazing. Just chopping up with other guys and things like that. It's been cool.
It's been a pretty good experience for me. It's kind of something I dreamed about, something I always wanted to do, to earn the opportunity. So, it's a great experience, man. I'm just glad I could be here with some of the best players from around the conference.
Indeed. What do you got, Roger?
So, guys, I made note that you all have your hardware on from your championship from last year. Just tell me, why was it important for you all to have that with you today?
At the end of the day, we earned it. So it's not like we just out here flexing or trying to show off. We put in the work and all the necessary work to earn it. So, we decided to wear it. Why not show off the hardware that we earned?
Yeah, just like we said, we earned it. Like he said, we earned it. So, done what we earned. So, you gonna put it on, diamonds dancing. So, got showed off a little bit,
Well, I can definitely relate to that because I wore mine too. I was at all the games last year, and so absolutely. So now this is a new season. You guys got some new players. A third of our roster left last year. We had a bunch of seniors and grads and so forth. Some graduated, some got in the portal, and you got some new guys who weren't a part of the team last year. How do you lead those guys and get them to buy into the culture that we have that has led to a lot of the success?
We just leading the guys like we started like a lot of team things like that. Like didn't know other players. Coach did a great job of recruiting. We got guys from Kansas, Purdue, USL, like big places, even Michigan, national champion. Just guys from all over. So we've been doing a lot of bonding things, like getting each other, things like that. So it's been amazing.
like he said, we're just kind of trying to keep the main thing. We're trying to make these guys come in and not focus on what we did last year, but what we're trying to do this year. So we just kind of trying to introduce them to these new goals and accomplishments we're trying to achieve, and kind of knock them off one by one each week.
Let me ask each of you, and obviously Kelvin on the offensive side, Kendall on the defensive side, whether it be Rattler Nation or let some people know, you've had a chance to work with teammates on the offensive side of the ball. Kelvin, give us a name or two of somebody that maybe we're not talking about, somebody that maybe didn't get preseason all SWAC honors that we need to be paying attention to, because you've seen the work that he or they've been putting in the offseason, and like, yo, watch out for him in camp going into the start of the season.
I'm going to give you one name, Levante Somerset. It's a running back, a young guy, but, I mean, explosive as a whole. Just watch out for the whole offense.
I love that. And I'll go to you, Kendall, on the defensive side of the ball.
I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you Amari Lee. He was second string last year, but he's definitely putting in a lot of work this summer just get back to that spot. And I'm gonna give you one more, Jordan Cumberbatch. He got hurt this past season, so he couldn't play with a bad leg injury. So he's coming back. He's very healthy, very strong, and ready to give it his all.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I always like to get those names to kind of pay attention to. What do you got, Kelvin?
We're gonna go for Roy, who's with our illustrious AD. And he had some questions.
Hey, so what we were going to do, yes, we are going to do that, everybody. Hello, welcome back again. And joining us is AD Sykes. Hey, AD, how you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Oh, always. Listen, this orange and green Rattlers. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to be the boss and be objective today. Never. So, actually, what I did want to bring you on, I wanted to bring you on and give you an opportunity to talk to folks about things that are going on that you have planned coming up for the season. And then just a little bit about what your goal is to help expand the experience for our student athletes with the athletic department.
Well, I think one of the biggest things about expanding the experience for our student athletes was making sure that they had a quality schedule. Don't want to knock some of the opponents who have come to Tallahassee over the past few years, but I think it's a better experience for our student athletes when they're playing against stronger opponents, which is why for the first time in years, we have a full slate of Division I opponents. It is why for the first time in years, we have 5 home games, right? Because we don't lose at Bragg. So if we don't lose at Bragg, we need to play at Bragg, have people come support our student athletes at Bragg, and make sure they have good quality opponents and good competition on that field at Bragg.
Well, listen, from someone who likes to say we're back from the heyday and knowing how Bragg will rock on a regular thing, you young men have your work cut out for you as you step up and do that. Are there any initiatives that you've got right now that you want to get out there to make sure that Rattler Nation and anybody who wants to support Rattler Nation, because we know all y'all like to support winners, please let us know what you got going on.
Well, right now, we are wrapping up essentially Strike Tour 2024. We know we have a lot of alumni in Atlanta. So when we leave here, we're actually traveling to Atlanta for the MEAC SWAC Challenge press conference and walkthrough.
That's right.
And then we have a fundraiser on Wednesday night and another fundraiser on Thursday night to generate necessary revenue to support our student athletes and give them the experience that they deserve.
That's in Atlanta?
That is in Atlanta.
Oh.
Right. So if you check out our social media pages, you can get the details. But I'm very grateful to the Metro Alumni Chapter and Vice Chair of our foundation, Ken Neighbors, who is hosting us. When we participate in these Strike Tour events, we expect a minimum of $25,000, but many of our cities have exceeded that. So Lakeisha and Sean Gaines, who hosted us in Davie, Florida, I like to call it Miami because it's close enough, right?
It is.
$25,000 minimum. Over $60,000 collected. Jacksonville, at the end of the night, we were right at $23,000. We made one last push, wound up bringing $27,000 back. Because I don't know that people fully appreciate what it costs for us to provide the experience for our student athletes just to get our helmets reconditioned, right? This is not to get a new set of helmets. For us to recondition and certify our helmets cost over $17,000 a year. That's for one set, right? New footballs for them. We're talking $7,000. We're talking $17,000 for new uniforms. And we need our national champions in new uniforms, right? So I need everyone to purchase their Investing in Champions packages who have not done so, because I just told you, we have a competitive schedule. We have outstanding athletes on the field. We have a new coach. We need you in Bragg, right? We need you donating to the Rattler Athletic Fund. So whether it's through a Strike Tour event or anytime you are feeling led to do so, you can do it through our Circle campaign when you make monthly donations, or just whenever you decide to make money to invest in our student athletes. This money doesn't come to Tiffany, right? This money does not go to Tiffany's pocket, to Tiffany's bottom line. The money that you get is immediately invested into the experience for our student athletes.
Now, AD Sykes, you know what? I'm going to say something. I've been a Rattler for a very long time. And there are things that I constantly hear, and Kelvin will know because we've been doing this Black College Sports Network. So we need more games at Bragg. We need to stop playing Division II players in schools. And
let me tell you the other thing. We have 2 student athletes sitting at this table who are professional football prospects. They cannot use film. Scouts do not want to see film against these student athletes against Division II opponents. They want to see them against quality Division I opponents, and I owe it to them to create schedules that allow them to display their talent.
Okay. So, folks, look, Rattlers, right now I am talking to the Rattlers. Y'all got to step up. I heard so many years about people complaining about those 2 things in particular. So we should be able to do better and make it happen.
Look, and I'm going to say another thing. This is the first time that we can identify that all 12 of our games are going to be televised.
Okay.
You get access to television games where people can see our student athletes play because we have a good schedule.
Mm-hmm. And FAMU has been exceeding. The Rattlers are doing their part now because she did say everywhere they go, they're exceeding what the minimum is. So we got to appreciate that. We're like, listen, we're going to get ready. Did you have more questions?
I was going to ask the guys about the schedule. I mean, look, AD Sykes is
She
excited about the schedule.
Look.
Hey, look, we opened the season in Atlanta, but as you think about the schedule, I know we're not supposed to look past 1 week. So, but it's starting with that MEAC SWAC Challenge. Talk a little bit about your excitement for that first game in this season, this schedule.
Definitely means a lot. You know, last year we ended in Atlanta, so now we're trying to start in Atlanta and end it again. Just that season coming up, so it definitely means a lot to start in Atlanta.
Man, I'm super excited. Like I've heard that most of the FAMU alumni base is in Atlanta, so why not go to Atlanta where the home fans at and tell them to come out and let's put on the show.
Oh, look, hold on, because I got to jump in there. Look, let me tell you something, young man, that you can take back to the team and y'all can do this. We're gonna expect, because the expectation that FAMU is winning. It always is, regardless of what the situation is. Y'all start off with a win at the end of the season, and then you get to the Celebration Bowl. I can pretty much, and y'all tell me what you think, Brian and Kelvin. I can pretty much guarantee they gonna have to open up the second tier, because there's gonna be 50, 60,000 folks in the stands if the Rattlers get there.
We were 90% capacity.
They gonna get there. They gonna get there.
Hello.
We were 90% of the capacity.
Coach Colsey, I need a uniform. He's got me hyped. I need a uniform. I need a uniform. Can I get a helmet? AD Sykes got me ready to go. I think I might have 1 year of eligibility left. So
let me.
No, we need real players. All right, I stick with these guys. We don't want you with nothing. You need to make sure you sit next to me.
I'm the water boy. I can do that. That's what I said in New Jersey. You know?
Let me ask about the home game. Talk a little bit about that win streak. Where are we at? 20? Is it 20? 20.
20, yeah. 20.
Every team that comes in, starting with South Carolina State, and then these other SWAC teams that'll come in. What are they going to be facing when they come to Bragg?
A lot of trouble. You know, like we've been saying, we're going to lose in Bragg. You know, when it comes to Marshall 100, you know, the alumni, the fans, student section, it is so loud and compact. Like, we just go out there and just do what we got to do. We ain't going to lose.
Hey, just let them know, like, they're going to be right in front of over there near the student section. They're going to smell the food on Perry Street. Like, hey, it's a lot that you got to take in when you come in there and try to lock in. And win
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. We know. And trust me, I think every fan base has said, there may be one exception, but most of the fan bases know the toughest place to come is Tallahassee and Bragg Memorial Stadium. So without a doubt.
Look, was that it? Because I'm taking some executive privileges. I want to close this segment out.
Please.
So if y'all don't have any more questions, y'all got anything for AD Sykes? Okay, so we're gonna get ready to get out of here. We're gonna finish up with our Rattlers here, but we will be coming back to do a closeout. Talk about the SWAC West before we get out of here. Some more things that we just want you guys to know to be ready for. Rattler Nation, the gauntlet has been dropped, splat out. You got to get in and get where you fit in, and make sure that you're supporting our Rattlers so that we can push champions all across the thing. AD Sykes, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you. But before we get out of here, folks, there's one thing. We got both the pictures up. I need their picture up as well on this last piece here, because we know that it's always going to happen with come on, Drew. Let's get it. Let's get the input. I'm standing here like, okay. So It's taking him a minute.
Production man. Hey, I'm the same way. I'm interested to see what you're doing here.
Right.
Look, I was going to say while he's getting production together, and you know, in the history of the MEAC SWAC Challenge and Celebration Bowl, this is the first time ever that the reigning Celebration Bowl champion is competing in the MEAC SWAC Challenge to start the season. So if that doesn't get you excited about football season, I don't know what does.
Listen, the BCS and Game Time show will be at the Fan Fest and at the game for the MEAC SWAC Challenge. We've got an event that's going to be happening that Friday night, the 23rd. So we're going to be looking for somebody from Norfolk State to come out and get their heads beat in some spades, because we got plenty of FAMU spades players. But what we want you to do and understand something, that whenever we show up, whenever the Rattlers show up, we do one thing, y'all. We strike, and strike again.
That's what we do. Yes, sir.
We'll be back right here on the BCS and Game Time show.
You could have did it with us. Both y'all could have did it with us.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be. You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer. Go for key. Even the ultimate pool float inflator. With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Dr. Cavill with Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. I'm here with T.C. Taylor, Jackson State legend on his own right, with the BCSN Game Time here with the 2024 Kickoff Football Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama. Coach, it's been a long day. Appreciate you making sure we get time to get it in with you.
Hey,
how's it been?
I got to get over and see my guy, man. You know, I wasn't going to leave. Last year I got out of here. You know, we was what was it? Flights. You know, we had flight conflicts, but I said we driving over this year because I'm gonna make sure I touch everybody this year. But good to see you. As
I appreciate
always,
it. It's always a pleasure. Let's get into the business of what's going on and tell us. I know you had to do this iteration, but tell us what has you excited about this football. season?
Just building off last season. You know, we got a good core of guys coming back that I'm excited about. You know, 7-4 was okay. You know, you talk about 7-4. 12 teams in the conference that have a 7-4 record winning record, and 5 teams total had winning records.
Significant.
You know, that's first year head coach, you know, and dealing with the things we had to deal with. So we got a good nucleus coming back. The one thing right now that I'm excited about is the new coaches in the building. You know, I had 6 guys I had to replace on the on this football team. Starting on the defensive side, Terenzo Quinn was on our staff last year, our DB coach. Been promoted to DC, so I'm excited about him.
To him.
Thank you. He's going to do a great job. The players really believe in him. They understand him. Being around him for a year. Chris Orr, came over from Baylor. Is going to be really good. His brother is the defensive coordinator with the Baltimore Ravens, and he's a high energy guy. Kylie James came over from University of Florida. He'll be coaching the defensive line. Chris will be coaching the linebackers. Kylie will be coaching the D line. He came from the University of Florida. Javancy Jones. He's a SWAC guy.
Through and through.
SWAC guy. Everybody knows Javancy, man. All American at Jackson State. For us last year, we lost games called special teams, and that's what he'll be, handling special teams and coaching the outside linebackers. On the offensive side, man, we lost our running backs coach, so we brought in Eric Gallen, the guy that I've worked with previously, but came over from North Carolina A&T. Manny Ramirez, our offensive line coach, we had to replace that as well. Came from Texas Southern over there in y'all area. He led the league in rushing the last 2 years, so that was a big, addition there as well.
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah, and Vincent Marshall came over from Norfolk, used to be at Southern. So we got some new faces around there, but very high energy guys. Very high energy guys. The players believe in them, and they do a good job of teaching. That's what it's all about. And what's been good for them and why they've been able to get acclimated is because we've been there all summer. AD Robinson did a great job. Ashley Robinson, shout out to him.
Shout out to Ash, my man Ash.
Yeah, he made it happen. We had close to 90 guys on campus. All year. I mean, well, not all year, but the end of May. They'll be wrapping up with workouts towards the end of this week. We'll take a quick break and get in here for training camp, but it's been great, man.
No doubt, no doubt. As we got the Jackson State players, we're gonna make sure we get them ready and get some.
They look nice too.
Oh, they look sharp. They block. Something about that block.
They look nice though. Kyrus Custom did the suits, by the way.
Okay, good. Make sure you shout them out. Folks that put in that work.
Yeah,
we
did a great
appreciate
job,
that,
man.
and we acknowledge that in terms of businesses that are purposeful of getting that done. So, let me ask you this: as an academic professor, dean, serving on that in terms of leadership. Oftentimes we talk about the jump, freshman to sophomore, right? That first year to that second year. Players, significant. From a coaching perspective, do you hear to that you believe that some of the biggest maturation in terms of no matter how much experience you've had, what you saw in life, there's something about moving from that first year to that second year?
Everything's slowing down.
Okay.
Everything is it is slowing down for me. I take this event. I remember walking in here and I was like a deer caught in the headlights. You remember last year? You looking at it, it's like everything moving fast. Everybody asking me about the previous coach and everything going on. Boom, boom. Then right around the corner, the season's here.
Yeah.
And then it's moving fast. We got all these new players. They're learning me. I'm still trying to learn them. But now we're ahead of everything. Another recruiting class, an excellent recruiting class we brought in. We talked about the coaches already. And I feel like right now, Doc, we're so ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the curve right now. When I got this position, it seemed like I got in that driver's seat and boom, foot to the floor.
Before you could even really get into your working.
And then the season, oh, dang, it happened that fast. But now it's like we're ahead of the curve. And ahead of the game, everything is kind of slowing down. I'm out in front of it, and then the group of guys that's coming back off that team.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm so excited about, the impact that they make, and they're getting in their second year, of playing football and understanding what I want from them. So those are things that I'm excited about going into this season.
You've always had a zeal for life, and part of that has been football, and whether it was playing or coaching.
Yes.
But I see a different level of excitement, Coach.
It is.
And so I can tell it from the energy. So let me get over here and get some of these players so they can talk about what they see in the coaches and see what you want to ask them. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Glad you could join us here on BCSN Game Time. I am here with Mr. Evan Henry and Mr. Isaias Guthrie. Now, I got to talk to you both, man, because when you're talking about Jackson State University, the pedigree and the history within that school is evident if you've ever followed Black college football. Talk about what being in Jackson means to both of you all. Start, Mr. Henry.
It just means a lot. Having such a rich history, a head coach that not only played at Jackson but was dominant at Jackson State, as Coach TC is. It just speaks to the volumes of how we have to go and approach the game every day. We want to be great, just like how our coach was great. So we approach it with a different mindset of just coming in every day, working hard, working for the man next to you, and I feel like at the end of the season, it's gonna pay off.
Yeah, like Evan said, I mean, we got a coach who is a legend himself. And so as a team, we try to take the characteristics of our head coach. And so we're all chasing that greatness. And he instills it in us every single day. Make sure that we know what we're fighting for. This block is something special. You don't just get to wear the block just because you come in the door, right? You got to earn it. It's something we try to earn every single day.
You know what? You've impressed me already with just that answer. I'm a MEAC guy. Well, past MEAC guy. I graduated from North Carolina.
Yeah.
And what I will say is, I've been dying to ask this question to you in particular.
Yeah.
Tell me the cultural differences between the MEAC and SWAC.
That's great. It's different. It's definitely different. Both of it's black college football, but I remember my mom said this to me and it was crazy. She said this on my visit. She was like, "Yeah, like we come from the HBCU. That's black college football, but that's like the light skinned version. We came down here and it's like y'all look different." So that was crazy to me that she said it. But I mean, the environments that we play in, man, they are second to none. Second to none, man. Those rivalry games are just every given Saturday in that vet, man. When you're going in there and you're seeing, 30,000 people, man, you can line that up with any MEAC school. And their homecoming game was supposed to be their biggest game, and it won't even touch a regular day Saturday at the vet.
I think he meant 60,000 fans, but who's counting fans? Who's counting fans?
Tell me this year. Let's talk about a little ball. In the trenches this year, what do you see being the next progression of what you all do?
Just finishing. Finishing in the fourth quarter. Coach TC has really made it evident that was our problem last year, is finishing. So I think the offseason program that we had is definitely preaching finishing. The fact that we run after we lift, so by the time the fourth quarter hits, we're still running. That's the whole thing. Like when everybody else is tired in the fourth quarter, that's when your energy come on. That's when, okay, let's get faster. Let's get, let's get stronger in the fourth quarter. So you're gonna see this year that our first quarters might be good, but our fourth quarter is going to be phenomenal.
Right. Now, Mr. Guthrie,
yes,
in talking about this defense, last year brought in a lot of names. A lot of names were there.
Yeah.
The defense did what it did. What is the next progression for you all, especially in the defensive backfield?
Yeah, I mean, we were at a point last year where we're going in and we're talking about competing with guys and doing all that, but I mean, we're at a point now where we're far past competing. Competing is going back and forth with a team. We don't want to do that. We want to be completely dominant first to fourth. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it goes for us, right? Going in and straight competing. I mean, straight dominating guys, right? From the first drive to the last, and being consistent through that. You know what I mean? So that's what it's all about for us, and that's what we're looking to be. We return a lot of guys in our defensive group, whether it's the DB or the front seven, and so. We're charged with that responsibility to make sure guys don't score. At the end of the day, whether we score or not, they won't score. So it just has to end 0-0.
Good deal. Final question from me anyway. I know you don't pay much attention to the numbers, but you saw what you projected to finish in the standings.
Yeah.
Give me one word to describe what you feel.
I don't got one word. He said early, good isn't good enough. So we're just gonna keep putting our best foot forward. And prove them wrong.
Like you said, man, good ain't good enough. That's just how we rocking with it, man. So we ain't trying to be good no more. We're trying to be great. And so, I mean, like I said, we dominate.
There it is. I'm going to throw it back to Dr. Cavill.
Man, great job, great interviews, great questions. So you can see the energy and zest within the program. You've seen that all day without the SWAC, but it's really special when folks you bring in. We talked about that first or second year. You hear the language.
Yeah.
First, second year.
That's the difference I'm talking about.
Yeah, you hear it. So let's talk a little bit about getting into this season and the way that you're breaking it down. I know several coaches have different things, first, third, second, third, or game at a time. What is your framework as you get into the season?
What I always do is go back and look at the losses from last season and take them into this season. We know right now we got to be better on special teams, Doc. We was horrible on special teams last year.
And I know that ain't you. I didn't see you.
Exactly. And that's what I always, when we're out there on the football field, I want to make sure we look like a good coached up football team. And we just didn't look like that. At certain times, 10 people on the field and things like that we got to get better at. But that's what I always do. Look back at the turnovers on offense, and what Evan was basically talking about. We got to find ways to finish games.
Okay.
We take a big lead into the half and come back out in the second half and just allow teams to hang around, and that could be thorn in your side. It bit us in the butt in homecoming.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So that's just the things I always go back and self-assess ourselves from the previous year.
Okay. Talk about the league overall in terms of somebody that's literally played at a high level in the league in various ways. Obviously, one of the changes is the expansion. This previous expansion and fourth expansion. What does it look like in terms of participating in SWAC overall thought process?
The SWAC is right where it needs to be right now, and what's really changing the dynamics of that is the transfer portal.
Okay.
The caliber players that are jumping in here that didn't work out at these previous places, has really changed the landscapes. But you got so many good teams now in the SWAC. You look at what teams are doing recruiting. Bethune has done a great job this year recruiting. They're going to be something to look out for down there. What Eddie Robinson building over to Alabama State, those teams in the West has done a great job. But I think it's right where it needs to be. But the one consistent thing that we can talk about is the fanfare. The fanfare hasn't changed since I played.
Right.
Those fans have been there. Week in, week out, year in, year out. They've been talking about football since the last kickoff of last year. And that's what's going to keep this going. The fans and just playing good football, and you guys. Let me say that. The people that cover HBCU football and push the brand. That's so important because a lot of these major outlets just don't talk about us.
Yeah.
And they'll know that we can play football. So and give these kids an opportunity to get that opportunity on the next level.
They deserve.
That's you guys are pushing that. So shout out to you guys as well.
I appreciate that acknowledgement, and certainly is the reason why we do that. I want to jump back on those fans and say my final thought process. I've been around the SWAC, and you know me, I've really been around HBCU sports, and get a lot of love in a lot of different places.
You're a legend.
but you do that, and you hope some of that works out, and I appreciate you acknowledging it. I don't know if you really think about it that way, but I will say this. Anytime I've been around Jackson folks, and I'm blessed to step foot in the city of Jackson in that area, man, they've treated me like I was something special.
Appreciate it.
So I want to say thank you to those fans.
They probably treat you better than sometimes they treat me on them losses.
No, I ain't no doubt about that. But they don't have to worry about me. I'm not giving them losses. Right?
Exactly.
They look at me just saying, you just talk about it.
I can't step out in Jack.
Real talk. Well, shout out to the Jackson fans, and as you did, give them a shout out, and then we'll come to a close.
Great fan base. Great fan base. Consistent fan base, and they want one thing. They want to win. They want a winning product on the field. I love those fans. As a player, continue to support. Get those season tickets. Get those season tickets. We'll be at the vet this year a little more too as well. So great job by the fans. Continue to support, and we looking forward to this season. And go Tigers.
Shout out to your new VP.
Look at it.
He's
been on me
all day.
He been on me.
Shout out. He always take care of me, no matter where he is. And then shout out, as you said, to Ashley Robinson, my man there. That's really been down from
also
day
to
one. I appreciate
President Thompson, our new president. He's been doing a great job of getting behind athletics as well.
So that's important.
Yes.
You know me. I tell you the first thing.
Definitely.
When we talking about looking at jobs,
yes.
What is the first thing I tell you?
Yeah.
Look at the president. Then you come
to
yeah.
You've always said that.
I always say that. Then you worry about your AD and all these folks. No, you better get that leadership there. I don't care how great you are, whatever.
Exactly.
Without that, you cannot be successful.
He's been right there for us.
So that's what all that and everything. I'm gonna get your signature. That's behind the scene camera work.
Okay,
with that, we're gonna come to a close. Save the best for last, as they always say in a lot of ways. BCSN, we're really excited that we were able to bring to you 2024 SWAC Kickoff Football Media Day. And again,
it's been great.
Thank you for the interview, Coach
Appreciate
TC Taylor.
Anytime.
Good luck this season.
All right, thank you guys.
With that being said, we'll cut it down from Game Time, BCSN Black College Sports Network. Look for us all season long. We'll close it off. I got you. Let me do my stuff. I'm a highly trained professional. People, I'm good at what I do. See what I'm talking about? Like we just Wrap it up, move out. Stay over there. Know your role. Know your place in your role where we are. Tell these folks, man, my goodness. We're going to be right back after this break. I just wanted to say, because I might have to step off because I'm running to get to a plane. It was a pleasure to be here. I'll see if I can stick around. But if not, I want to say thank you for the support you've given me personally throughout the day with Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, BCSN. I'll be back in the fold. I took my sabbatical. It's time to get back to work. So I'm coming back. We got some new ventures that we have ready and bringing to you in terms of looking at doing the full week. We're going to have some guest hosts coming in to do that. And we also look at many other features where Game Time is going to be hitting the road. With that being said, we'll take our last break. We'll come back, have a closeout session, and we'll bring it back. Stick with us. We'll be right back as things are starting to close out here in Birmingham, Alabama.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplify Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplify Development Services.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
Get loud, rolling, hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud, rolling, up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slow.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. As we prepare to close out for the day, it's been another amazing day here in Birmingham, Alabama, man. And the schools are coming through. We definitely are going to shout out Jackson State University, Florida A&M University, stayed in here to the very end, making sure that they touched all of the media outlets. That's great. That's great. Brian, and this is the first time, man, in a long time that you and I have been standing up next to each other in a conversation about something. You know that, right?
It has been a while.
Yeah, it has been.
Good to see you in front of the camera, boss.
Yeah, we're trying to get some things done. But before we get into any of this stuff, as we close out, we still have the SWAC West that you guys need to talk about before we can get that going. So let's get the rest of the guys up on here, and then we'll, go through the SWAC West conversation, let Brian lead that, and then roll into our closeout.
So just to recap the SWAC West again, in 6th place, Texas Southern with 40 points. In 5th, Arkansas Pine Bluff with 61. In 4th, Southern University, 70 points and 1 first-place vote. In 3rd, Grambling State, 72 points, 4 first-place votes. In 2nd, Prairie View A&M, 104 points, 8 first-place votes. And in first place, predicted to win the SWAC West, Alcorn State, 112 points, 11 first place votes.
Now, you know, Kelvin started smiling when you got to
I was going to start with him being the Alcornite that he is. Kelvin, your thoughts and how you feeling about your Braves back being predicted to finish first again? It's been a while.
Been a while. I think and Charles Evans and I had a great conversation about how it was chosen. And it was interesting to hear two different points of views. He asked me how was it just the coaches and the SIDs, and he was concerned that media persons didn't get to vote. And I said, well, who knows the team's better? So I think if your peers voted for you to be number one, I think it's a pretty good.
That's an interesting take.
Ranking going out, and they could be, blowing smoke, gaslighting, or other terms that we might use. But I do believe that with the receiver core and the transfers and the JUCO players, I think it's pretty sound. But it's still going to be a coin flip. 9 coaches with with a year or less experience, it'll be tight.
So you're not poking your chest out too big.
No. We're just going to win our division. We'll figure out the rest later.
There it is. Nice. We'll bring it on down the line. Kelvin Rozier. Kelvin, what's your take as you view the SWAC West?
Honestly, outside the one caveat I will say is that because there's so much newness in terms of coaching, coordinators, which is not talked about enough, as well as the attrition of players, this season is a little bit more challenged than the others. I thought if there was a season to go chalk and just go by how it finished last year, then that probably this is the preseason to do it. I have no problems with what they did on the East or the West. I think they got the top 3 on both sides, kind of correct in terms of the team that most likely to be in the midst. So, only because Prairie View was the West champion and won when they had to win at the end to become the West champions, I thought they probably should have got the nod over Alcorn, but I think both of them are worthy of that preseason ranking. And I didn't get a chance to talk about the East, so I just say it's the same thing for me with FAM and Alabama State on the East side. I think FAM probably should have got the nod, but it doesn't cause any heartache. It's preseason ranking, and we'll see.
AD?
I'm going to talk about the newness of the conference, kind of piggybacking off of what Kelvin said. Maybe because of the newness in the conference, this is probably the first time in forever that I can remember that the coaches did not go chalk when it came to preseason predictions. When you go chalk, you would have had FAMU 1, Alabama State 2, Jackson 3. On the west side, you would have had Prairie View 1, Alcorn 2, and Grambling 3. They did not go chalk, which means A, the unpredictability of the West, B, a lot of these coaches were recruiting the same players. So they know what y'all signed down there at Alcorn. They know what they signed over there at Grambling because they were probably going after that same player, trying to get them in, especially those ones from the portal. So it's kind of refreshing, but it really shows the unpredictability of it. We said everybody was going to get a first place vote besides UAPB and Texas Southern. That's what happened. But I think the people down on the Bayou feel real disrespected only getting one first place vote.
Jamie Walker?
Listen, man, in the new age of college football, where roster management is a thing, I think whatever coaching staff can kind of retain and get their new players up to snuff, I think will do better. I think everyone that I've talked to and kind of followed when it comes to Alcorn, I think they feel great about where their staff is because it wasn't much, influxing of new people that came in. They hired on the staff. They brought in players that kind of complemented what they did. So I understand them being picked first. And AD's right. Them not going chalk is kind of interesting. But that just tells you how much those coaches and people that, you know, voted in this poll kind of believe in that team. So it'll be interesting to see. But just with the newness of coaches, you know, Coach Joseph down there in Grambling might have something to say in the West. Don't forget about PV. You know, Coach coming in there and kind of righting that ship over the last couple of years as they've had moves. He knows the lay of the land now. So I'm not
forget about Prairie View to the end of the season.
So don't sleep on them at all, because they earned their way back into that championship game. It didn't go well for them, but I'm not counting them out just yet either.
Doc?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I always like Kelvin's take. He's so cerebral with it. He reminds me just somebody that's level-headed. And it's fascinating to hear that. And
Which Kelvin? Because we got two of them down there. Which one, or both of them?
No, not both.
I'm sorry. I had to do that. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna assume he's talking about his frat.
Oh, the other one's just a guess. He happens to be my frat brother. But
Oh, man.
Like, man, what?
Cold in here, man. It's cold.
Yeah, but he loses his mind. But in reality, I could see that you can make the argument. One of the things I told you about my data point, obviously, was the coaches, right? Added to that in terms of my data point too with quarterbacks, and then we talking about the coordinators, how much time. So it's openness. So when you really look at it, there's a nominal difference between first and second, 3 different in the first place votes, 11 to 8. That's nominal when you're talking about any statistic analysis. So for me, it's not bad. If you're Prairie View first, and you probably like the idea for you to coach players. I interviewed them. You know, they see it as a level of disrespect they hadn't got being in the championship game. 2 out of the last 3 years played for the year and lost to Valley. So they've been in the hunt. They're tired of that, and they don't even care what it is. They want to get over it. But I think it's interesting when you think about the preseason offensive player of the year is picked as quarterback, Miles Crowley, and he usually goes to a quarterback, even though we're deep with running backs. But they're picked third. So I think that's fascinating when you kind of say offensive player of the year. But I'm hearing even in that camp, there's a question where Miles Crowley will actually be the lead quarterback. Now, he may take the first step, but there's an expectation that somebody else is going to actually, you know, when they get in the conference play, is going to do it. This is the thing that I talked about, which is my third data point, and then I'll pass the mic when we talk about this here. Is first one, obviously, again, is, you know, the change in terms of coaches and all that was broke down early in the show. 2, we had the data points where we looked at the coordinators and head coaches. My third data point that I always bring up every season and people miss it is the schedule. You talk about Alcorn, think about their road schedule in the conference. Let me let y'all hear this. They're at Valley. They're at Southern. They're at Alabama State. They're at Texas. They're at Prairie View in terms of those road games. So that's a pretty tough conference schedule. So it's going to be fascinating when you roll down it in that type of schedule. If they can find a way to get it done and be in the championship race at the end of the season, they will have deserved it. Because that's one hell of a schedule, particularly with some tough teams, and one of them being your rival. And some people would say, depending on the SWAC history, that you got 2 of them going to Grambling, which is never a tough place to play. Which is always, I should say, a tough place to play.
Do you have more to say about the West? The SWAC West?
No, not the SWAC West. No.
Okay, let me jump in here. I have a question that I want to kind of bring in, and this one is going to be to all of you guys.
Okay.
Because we keep mentioning and everybody's talking about the newness that's coming in with the coaches that are coming in. And what I'm saying is we're transitioning now back to a normalcy of coaches. Although we have folks who are NFL coaches and people there, these are coaches who are coming in though looking at building systems and building traditions. I want each of you to take a look into your crystal balls and tell me, where do you see the competition level being in the next 3 years in the SWAC when we talk about Coach Dishman coming in at Texas Southern, when we talk about folks wanting to come in, my frat brother at Southern, you know, folks coming in and being ready to build something and to get these blue bloods, is the term I know a lot of you guys like to use, of programs and bringing them back. Where do you see the competition level moving in the SWAC?
I think the competition is there, but I'm not sure if I'm totally aligned with that from the standpoint, because all these coaches have various levels of different backgrounds. So I'm not sure how traditional they are in terms of the long history of traditional coaches. And then
No. When I speak of the tradition,
I'm gonna play it forward so we can get your question. We don't have to go back and forth with the debate over that. But my thing is where I really wanted to get to is, I don't think these coaches are going to be around for a long time if they don't win, and all of them can't win. I think we're in a new golden age of sports with the money that is involved at this level. So they might want to be around for a long time, but they better win. And unfortunately, only one or two of them can win high enough where they'll be retained. So I think you'll see this in terms of the newness of this era is coaches that are churning, as I like to talk about conference, that you'll continually see different grades of coaches coming into the conference, no matter what.
Even in 3 years?
We just saw one fired after 2.
Yeah. Can I supplement
So
that, Doug?
That's where we are.
You know, you said the coaches won't be around because obviously somebody has to lose. They won't be winning at the expectation of the alumni and athletic directors. But I'm gonna flip that on the other side. I think success by some of those remaining coaches will also lead to turnover and churning as they get their opportunities to go on. I mean, we've seen Coach Sanders turns Jackson State around, success, moves on to another job. Coach Simmons, success, FAMU, moves on to another job. I think that's the other side of that coin that you just talked about, Doc. So
consistent success, not hey, I won, then had 2 bad years, then I won again. No, they had consistent years, 2 to 3 of winning at a high level.
Prime was only there for 3 years.
And he had 2 great years.
Had two exceptional years. So, but as we see, especially not just keeping it to the SWAC, but just college football in general, that's all it takes for you to get your next opportunity. It looks like you have a couple of good years, boom. The next person wants to catch lightning in the bottle. The next person wants to catch lightning in the bottle. So, you know, I think this is just the new norm for college football.
Yeah, I agree with it.
I wonder whether we will have a coach that is around for how long has Coach Maynard been? 6? Is this year 6, year 7?
Yeah, if you can get a coach to stay for 5 years, I think you did something.
And really, he's had 1 championship. You know, had some good years, had a couple bad years. You know, where's the will programs have the patience level? No. And that's the thing.
No, I mean, and the reality is the money is too high.
Right.
There's one thing that we really don't want to talk about is the turnover at our presidential level.
Yeah.
And you know, by definition, presidents, some of the first things they like to do when they become presidents and chancellor is change.
The athletic
and so if you got a new contract coming up, you're 1 year in the hole, you got a 1 year left, it's a perfect recipe for new ADs that we churn quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Luckily, we've kind of stabilized that a little bit. But that's a part of the equation too, that there's so much churning at the leadership level in general in HBCUs. It's a natural progression that you're going to see that turnover in basketball, football, your most prominent sports, and to some degree, women's basketball as well, and even baseball.
Great point.
So you're going to see this churning because of the nature of the business that you need to win. There is so much money in this conference now, and in sports in general, particularly football, that you cannot help but be agitated when you don't win, because your quest for that money is going to drive the fact that you're going to make these changes.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, to add to that point, we heard John Grant talk about that strive of getting to the Celebration Bowl. All that strive now is an added layer of pressure where it's no longer just enough to win, as he said, the Bayou, the Florida Classic, the Magic City. No, now you got to win that
It's
because
not even enough to win just the SWAC conference.
yeah.
You talk to them Jackson State fans after they won those first two, undefeated conference?
Yeah.
Tell them how they felt after the Celebration Bowl.
Oh, we got to go get that bowl.
Empty season, you know.
So it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying you're going to fire a coach after they win a SWAC championship game, but you're not excited unless you get it totally done.
Yeah.
You go through there and win the conference championship, you get it done in the Celebration Bowl. And ask you, fam, Kevin, how did it feel to win the SWAC championship and the Celebration Bowl?
Oh man, it's wonderful. Feel like a king.
I rest my
Hey, I feel like a king. Let me just add to this conversation. We have to realize we are low resource institutions in terms of athletics, whereas most Division I schools athletic budgets start at 20 million.
Yeah.
We may have one school that's close to 20 million.
And that's what HBC.
So when we have success at our level, we are a feeder program for the ones who have more resources.
But we have people with caviar wishes and caviar taste buds, but a peanut butter wallet.
Well, the reality, that's the reality though. That you see it with players, right?
Yeah.
With the transfer portal.
Yeah.
You know, this NIL stuff is changed the game. Again, that requires resources. So having successful coaches stay at our level, it is unlikely to happen. The days of the Jay Gaither and Robinson, I mean, but they 20, 30 years, that's not going to happen again. So
Not a realistic
so
expectation.
we have to recruit as well as hire coaches that can build and maintain the success we have, and understand that we better be developing that replacement while they having that success, because that's what it's going to require.
That's a great point. And you also have to have that good infrastructure, not only from an athletic department, but a university department. And then you also have to have from your alumni basis. So for those of you, the alumni, the NILs, those need to be strong, because that new coach, whomever he may be, needs to be able to walk into a system and a program, an organization that is set up for success. We may not have the financial resources, that 20 million you spoke of, but we've got other things around us from a university alumni base, which makes it successful and applicable towards winning.
That is actually, I'm going to have to jump in because I know we're going to, before they get ready, everybody else is shutting down. We got to get ready to get out before they start wanting to charge us extra. But that is a perfect segue actually into one of the things that I want us to let you guys know about, some of the things that we've got coming up as we move forward this year. And we've got several initiatives that we are going to be pushing extremely hard and moving on this year. Of course, one that we talked about that we're going to be doing is the Game Time show. Will be all over. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff with that. But we're also going to be looking at impacting our universities. Again, the Lewis Dawkins and Associates opportunity with hotels for our HBCUs. Your school can make money by having a hotel on campus. And when you see the plans that they have, we're not talking about Motel 6, folks. We're talking about some real nice properties, sports bars, condos on the top of these, retail spaces in these hotels. So schools that have the hospitality programs, you guys be on the lookout for the information. You'll be seeing more of that coming from us. We'll be having events in the different cities as we travel around. We'll be pulling together the alumni associations, the NIL groups, and getting those types of things together. So again, look out for Lewis Dawkins and Associates working with Choice Hotels and bringing that to us. Another thing that we're going to be kicking off as we move into the season this year is helping. One of the biggest challenges that our schools have is the fact that, our athletic programs have, is that most of our HBCU athletic programs are not fully funded with scholarships. We as alumni, we as fans, we can help change that. We're going to show you guys some initiatives that we will get in place and that you'll be able to help give, and we will be donating and looking to raise money for different athletic programs to push them over the top, to get them fully funded in all of their sports. We're going to be doing the things because we have to stop waiting for other folks to fix HBCUs. We as HBCU alums have to step to the forefront and start doing some of these different things. One of the things about the Game Time show that we're going to do this week, and I'll have everybody we'll start with it on, because today's Wednesday. No, today's Tuesday. Okay, so I'm like realized. So we'll probably start on Thursday with Doc's show, where we'll have the information for you, but we'll have you all be able to vote to tell us where else should we go for the rest of the season. Like I said, we've got about 8 of our weeks already set in place. Just again, Orange Blossom Classic looks like we're going to be down there for the Labor Day weekend, but we may work some stuff out because that's a Sunday game, and there might be some Saturday opportunities some places. But the fans are going to vote, so we're going to leave you guys to say, hey, where would you like to see the BCS and Game Time show go? All these guys are going to be in place, and not only will we be doing the BCS and Game Time show, but everywhere we show up, we'll be doing the BCSN watch party. So you'll be able to watch and hang out with us all afternoon, looking across the HBCU landscape, whether it's football, volleyball, even looking in on some cross-country stuff. We'll be engaging with you from 12 all the way till about 5 or 6. I think we were looking at it, but you'll be able to get engaged with us on that as well. So before I give the last couple of things, we're going to start with Brian,
let me close it out because before you close it out, let me close it off and just kind of make a final announcement just in case people did not know who the SWAC offensive and defensive players of the year. And then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to give you a chance to think about it. You've heard their predicted, the SWAC's predicted. I'm going to ask each of you who is your East and West Division winner. So I'm going to give you a chance to think about that as I let you guys know.
And then you can do your final comment at that same time.
The preseason offensive player of the year, quarterback Miles Crawley of Grambling State. Just in case, you didn't know, Crawley passed for over 2,000 yards. In fact, he had 2303 last year, 16 touchdowns. First Grambling State quarterback to pass for over 2,000 yards since Devontae Kincaid in 2017. The defensive player of the year, Kelby Givens of Southern University. And he led the Jaguars in sacks and tackles for loss last season. He led the SWAC in tackles for loss with 21, and he finished tied for 4th in sacks. Interesting that those two young men, congratulations to them. Okay, so before we go to final thoughts, let me go prediction time, East and West divisions. Kelvin, and give you a chance to kind of think about it. So we'll start on down there with you, Kelvin Carter. Who do you predict to win the East and the West?
I'm going to take Jackson State to win their division. I think
the East.
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm picking Jackson State to win their division, I think they're highly underrated.
Turn his mic off.
I don't know why. You're hostile, but I'm picking them to win their division, which will set us up to play Alcorn to play them in the SWAC championship.
Back to back.
Back to back.
All right, we got a Jackson State. We writing this down. We putting this on wax. Jackson State and Alcorn. All right, Kelvin Rozier. Who do we got? East and West.
I'm going with FAMU, defending champions on the East.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of hedge back between Alcorn and Prairie View. I'll give the nod to Alcorn, but it's going to come down to, I was just looking at it. When do they play and where's that at?
Who?
Alcorn and Prairie View.
I'm
looking. So that's in Prairie View.
So you're
I'm
going
with Prairie View.
FAMU and Prairie View. Run it back again. The entire.
Yep.
Where's that?
Run it back.
And that championship game will be where?
Of course, it's Brad.
I knew you'd say that. AD Drew, your East and West.
Give him that other
Let's
mic.
make sure to get another mic here.
Another
Cut
mic.
that one off. Now that one's dead.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good on this
You're
one.
better. Yeah, much better. Cut that other one off. There you go.
You can keep talking though.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. I guess we're gonna have three different predictions.
Of course.
I'm going with Alabama State on the East.
Take your rattler card. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said they're gonna ride like car, huh? And I'm going with PV on the West.
Okay, so that's 2 votes for PV. And
We got everybody got different East champs.
All right, we'll see. Jamie Walker, this will be interesting. Jamie Walker, no pressure. Let's see who you come up with. Who's your East and West?
No pressure at all. Jackson State in the East.
Okay.
And out of the West, I'm gonna go something totally off the cuff.
Uh-oh.
Grambling.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Dark
Grambling
horse.
in the West.
There's interesting. Okay, 1 vote for Grambling. Okay, so 2 votes for Jackson State. Okay. All right. What do we got, Doc? No pressure.
Coming after that, man, I can put anything out there to be okay, right? I'm gonna go with Kelvin. I told you I like the way he thinks. I mean, brilliant minds think the same. Only thing I got with there, I'm gonna go chalk. It's the easy way. There's too many things up there I told you about data points 1, 2, and 3. So I'm gonna go chalk. Part of it is the schedule that sets up for Prairie View pretty nice. I think the fact they were picked second here is gonna set up pretty nice in terms of motivating them to finish. The only thing different I'm gonna say is instead of being in Bragg, it's gonna be at PV.
Oh,
rematch last year, but now the game is in Prairie View, and so
that'd be a second consecutive game because FAMU goes to Prairie View this year in the regular season,
just like last year with Prairie View going to Bragg twice.
Look at you!
They're coming down here in this way, so I see it FAMU and Prairie View with the championship game actually in Prairie View.
And Brian, you know, we got a special guest that I'm sure folks have seen it drop in on us here.
She is here.
That's the camera over there. So we're gonna get her prediction as well. So introduce yourself and tell the folks who don't know who you are. Bring it up.
Timona Stapleton, of course, but she loves me. And you know, I was invited by my good friend here, Coach B. And you invited me as well to come on here today. So when I finished my live, I said, why
Just
not?
that guy.
Let me go crash this party. So it's interesting that you guys are talking about these SWAC East and SWAC West.
Keep the mic in front of you.
Yeah,
there you go.
All right. So of course, you know I have Jackson State in the SWAC East.
Of course.
Right? So but the SWAC West, I think it's open season, right? We have 4 head coaches it's going to be their first year at the head coach. So I'm going to have to go with Prairie View because that is the team that has the most stability, you know, coaching and athlete wise. You don't have a lot of people going in and out of the transfer portal. So I'm going to go with Prairie View, which interesting enough, when I was looking at going and doing my research about Coach Bubba McDowell, his first season as head coach, he was tied first in the SWAC West.
Right. Yep.
Of course, Southern had the edge, but he's been doing pretty good every year.
He's had a good run. He's definitely not being talked about as often as maybe he should be.
Yeah, he's kind of under the radar, but he's been doing an exceptionally well job. So I think that they're going to get it done on the SWAC West side. So it'll be Prairie View versus Jackson State.
I'm assuming you have Jackson State to win it.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Hey, shout out to my man Steve Campbell. I weave in the building doing his thing. He is a Rattler as well as a Jacksonian. So, and sponsor hands in with the young lady here. We're going to get her. She's supposed to be on the network. We're trying to work out what's going on with this technology piece for her and get her back on and get her on the network and get some things going. Brian, did you give your predictions?
FAMU and Prairie View.
Man, I was about to say, you know who we picking in the East.
FAMU and Prairie View. I'm going Prairie View. FAMU and Prairie View.
All right.
With a different outlook for
no different outlook.
Oh, okay.
No different.
Okay.
Of course not.
You're just gonna run it back.
That's the theme this year. Run it back. Run it back. Hashtag reload. Repeat.
All right.
There it is. October 19th. Can't wait to come to Jackson.
The true SWAC championship.
All right. Anyway, let's kind of give final thoughts. Since you're here first, what have been some of your impressions? Maybe your final thoughts. Who you've talked to? Who's really impressed you here at Media Day today?
So this is my second year at SWAC Media Day. I had a blast. I was doing interviews back to back nonstop. I was really impressed with. I know that Alabama State's predicted first. I was impressed by Coach Eddie Robinson's interview, right? Mm-hmm. And he basically answered some of those questions that you might have regarding replacing those key pieces on defense and then fixing the offense. So we brought in a new offensive coordinator. So I think that will be interesting. I had a chance to interview Coach Cozy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so he explained his reasoning on all these FBS players and bringing in seasoned players. So I'm excited to see if that will translate on the field. So I had fun time.
Any intel about Jackson State you want to share?
No.
Okay. All right, that's good. You got to make sure to check out She Loves Thee podcast. She Loves Thee on YouTube and everywhere else. Yep. Jamie Walker, your thoughts, predictions that
He done prediction. Just final.
Well,
thoughts.
you done for your final thoughts. I'm sorry.
Final thoughts. Looking forward to just HBCU football in general. When the SIAC days last week, SWAC Media Day today, we'll have the other following ones coming up, but just looking forward to a good season.
AD Drew?
I want y'all to think about this. Who's under more pressure this year to get it done? We already mentioned a couple of coaches. We mentioned Coach Cozy at FAMU. We mentioned
Drew, close the thoughts. We're not gonna add another question into the list.
No. just close the thoughts. Coach Taylor at Jackson State, or Coach Connell Manor at Alabama A&M. Who's under more pressure this year out of those three? Think about that.
Rhetorical question, huh? All right. There you go.
My Aggie is under the most pressure.
All right, Mr. Rozier.
So we all made our projections and prognostications. I'll add what I think is going to be key in looking at these projections. So you say there's been a lot of turnover change. You look at the two teams at the top from last year in each division. You have new coordinators. One has a new coach, even though he's not new to the school or the system. Both teams are loaded with talent, had great recruiting success. And then the question is, has a elite quarterback at any other school developed? Even if you believe that Prairie View and FAMU came back to the pack, so to speak, has the coaches, the staff at the other schools done enough, talent-wise, depth-wise, to surpass those two schools? Before the season starts, you can't definitively answer that. So that's why I'm picking it to a running back, try to see something different. If somebody develops an elite quarterback and he's killing the conference, that's a game changer. But today, as I sit here, I'm more comfortable with what I know than what I don't know.
Well said. Okay. Joining us right now, the voice of Alcorn State Sports, Tall Man himself, at Tall Man Radio on X, Charles Edmond. Charles, you is good.
Wait, hold on. Also a member of the Carlos Brown Show. Come on, man.
Well, I'm sorry. Of course, co-host of the Carlos Brown Show, and of course, Brave Talk with Charles Edmond, which you can pick up on the BCSN Pod Zone. Well, what's your impressions here? We asked your prediction for East and West, but maybe give us a few insights from your conversations that you've had.
Well, first of all, on the predicted order of finish, I am absolutely shocked.
Okay.
I am shocked to see. Look, we got a first-year head coach in Cedric Thomas. You have a quarterback in Tyler Macon who will start the season. We don't know what that's going to look like, and yet the voters are going to say that we're number one.
Okay.
We saw sample sizes of Tyler Macon last year. He had the 75-yard run against USM, and he was in a Wildcat at times. But as far as throwing the football and slinging it around, that's something that we're anxious to see. But for the voters to pick Alcorn, wow, I thought they would go with Prairie View in the West and Florida A&M in the East just because they won it last year. But obviously the voters think this thing looks totally different.
That's interesting.
And I'm like, wow, but we'll take it. Cedric Thomas says, hey, according to the voters, we are the hunted. Now let's play some football. We'll see what happens as we have this beautiful purple and gold helmet here sitting here. But yeah, I mean, media day. This was outstanding as usual. It continues to grow, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how this thing plays out.
Nice. Care to make a prediction? I'm not going to ask you about the West. Care to prediction about the East?
At the end of last season, I was ready to anoint Alabama State.
Okay.
But then Prairie View happened. They go to Prairie View in a game that didn't mean anything to them. They lost that game. And I said, I don't know if Alabama State's ready for prime time. They got Andrew Body as they transferred from Texas Southern. Is he going to be the guy? You talk about a premier quarterback. We've seen flashes from Body, but we don't. But he's been banged up and he's transferred. So we'll see how he fits in Coach Robinson's system. I think in the East, I'm almost because Colsey's at Florida A&M. He's been on that staff. I'm gonna stay with Florida A&M. I think Florida A&M's gonna win in my prediction.
Okay,
I have them giving them a slight edge. Talking with TC Taylor, quarterback situation at Jackson State, and he's a quarterback. I don't know. I'm gonna go with FAMU 1. I'll give maybe a slight edge to Jackson for 2, and then Alabama State 3. I love Coach Robinson. I talked with Dr. Cable, the AD. He's doing a really good job in year 3. But they got to get to that next level now. I think Alabama State fans expect more from them. And so we'll see if Body's going to lead them there. But if not, it's going to be a tough season. But right now, I'm going with FAMU by a hair over Jackson State if I make my prediction for the East.
FAMU on the East, and I'm sure Alcorn on the West.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Yes, sir. Braves.
Well said.
I mean, it's going to be, I think early in the season with these new coaches, the defensive side of the ball is going to be key, especially when you have quarterbacks that you're trying to work through. So Cedric Thomas is a defensive guy. Terrence Graves at Southern is a defensive guy. And we'll see how the defenses, start out the season. It's going to be tough. We open up with Vanderbilt. We got UAB right across the street here on a Thursday night. Jackson's got ULM and it's, some tough starts, but I think the defense is going to carry some of these teams.
All right. Well said. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Right. Don't go nowhere yet because we don't want to walk out in the middle of the close. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you guys for spending the last, I believe, 6 or 7 hours with us today. And we're doing what we love, and we're looking forward to an exciting and an amazing football season and volleyball season as they're going to be coming up, because you will be seeing a lot more about volleyball things going on during the BCSN Game Time show on a weekly basis. Want to make another shout out if you saw her. Let's go back to the main shot, the main camera with those guys, and take a look at it. You see our nice little backdrop that we've got here going. And I want to shout out the HBCU Net for that. And if you don't know who they are, please keep paying attention. The easiest way to find them is the same place that you can find us for your Roku and all of that kind of stuff. Go to nichenetwork.tv. That's NICHE network.tv. nichenetwork.tv. Look for UDTV. Look for the HBCU Net. There's going to be so many things that you guys are going to really love, and we're ready to step into the fullness of what we've been wanting to do and what we've been doing for years as a passion, and we're looking forward to it. So for all the crew, Kelvin, Cavill, Drew, Jamie, Tall Man, Kim,
Carlos was here. And my man Brian Fulford. I said Cavill. I already said his name. And then Kelvin. And Kelvin Carter. Huh? He did. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up and the like button. However you're watching this, YouTube, Facebook. Right. Follow the Black College Sports Network at MyBCSN1, the number one. And thank you to all of the SIDs, the athletic directors, the coaches, the players, the various media folk, the SWAC, Dr. Charles McClellan. Congratulations to everybody here on a great SWAC meeting. I'm not going to touch that helmet if that's why you're putting it there. Congratulations. Thank you. It is time to start playing some football in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Doc, you got something there?
Hold on.
We're going to do our close.
Wednesday, 8 o'clock, ONG Strike Zone, because we're not doing tonight, correct? Nothing tonight. Wednesday, 8 o'clock to ONG Strike Zone. Thursday, make sure you're tuned in to the Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. Then we've got Saturday. We'll be at noon back with the Carlos Brown Show, and closing out our week on Sunday will be the longest running HBCU live stream, the BCSN Sports Wrap.
Yes, sir.
Right here on the Black College Sports Network. Dr. Cavill.
Course.
Lecture
dismissed.